Well, good evening, everybody. How are we tonight? Hopefully, everybody's had a great day and happy Tuesday. We are back. Corgi, sober. It's good to see the both of you. That really sucks, Corgi. That really sucks. Thankfully, I've never had to do that, but I can absolutely understand the frustration. I hate when car manufacturers do shit like that. It's like, to an extent, it can be understandable, but a lot of the time it's just galactically stupid. So I get it. I absolutely get it. It's not fun. It is definitely not fun. Let me see here. What is this? Okay. So, I know that there are two things that I want to cover before we get back into WUKONG. One of them is an article, another one is a video, and then after that, we are going back into WUKONG. Prepare your eyes, because unfortunately, this is a very bright website. So, here we go. Sega reveals Yakuza 0 Director's Cut hotline number. Yakuza 0 Director's Cut gets a weird promotional number for fans to call. This came out today, by the way, June 2nd. Sega released a rather interesting trailer for Yakuza 0 Director's Cut coming to Nintendo Switch 2 on June 5th. Features a brief overview of the beat-em-up action that the series is known for, as well as a few surprising additions, including a new online multiplayer mode called Red Light Raid. What's most interesting, though, is the hotline number near the end of the trailer. Dialing the number 1-888-YAKUZA-0 or 1-888-925-8920 will take you to a weird automated system with a variety of options. For instance, it'll ask if you'd like to talk with fan favorite Kazuma Kiryu by pressing 0. Doing so will get you different messages explaining why he can't come to the phone. Either he just isn't around or he's in a bind because of a murder. The same goes if you try to talk with Goro Majima. That said, the system will still allow you to leave a message for someone. There are other options as well. These include placing a takeout order from Smile Burger, a real burger chain that also exists in the game. It won't work, of course. Yakuza 0 was originally released for the PS3 and 4 back in Japan back in 2015. Since then, it's been successfully re-released on various consoles. This marks the first time, however, the Yakuza 0 has been given an upgrade of sorts. Players looking to relive the early days of Kiryu and Majima will be met with new, never-before-released cutscenes. Ryuga Gotoku Studio also added the Red Light Raid, a new 4-player co-op mode. Players will be able to choose from 60 different characters and team up with friends or randos via online matchmaking in hopes of completing challenging missions. Yakuza 0 Director's Cut will seemingly be the best option for returning fans and newcomers alike. The new cutscenes will offer a deeper look into the lives of its protagonists, while the Red Light Raid could be an exciting alternative to the game's lengthy campaign. For those who worried about how much it'll cost in comparison to other Switch exclusives, don't. Yakuza 0 Director's Cut will retail for $50 when it releases alongside the Switch 2 on June 5th. Not bad. Not too bad. Really not too shabby. Glad to see it. Let's take a look at the trailer, though. I'm actually kind of interested what this trailer shows.
Have you ever thought about becoming a millionaire? Cutting loose and living large? Have you ever wanted to quit your job? Really stick it to the boss? If you answered yes to any of these questions, stay tuned and find out why Yakuza 0 Director's Cut is the game for you. Looking for danger and decadence? Try Japan circa 1988, the height of the bubble where fortunes double. Your journey to success shadows two powerhouse protagonists. Follow junior bruiser Kazuma Kiryu and disgraced Yakuza Goro Majima as they fight like hell through the criminal underworld. Uncover the secrets of the empty lot.
You should probably be more careful when you pick a fight.
Ooh, I really don't like that's the first time I've ever heard the English version. I don't like it.
At the center of a brutal faction war, and meet the mysterious young woman caught in the crossfire.
I'm ready. Whatever it takes.
Unchain Kiryu and Majima's combat prowess and find yourself in command of not one, not two, but 3 unique fighting styles each. Rise above the rank and file with Kiryu's balanced brawler style, brutal beast, and rapid rush. Talk about rubbing elbows with the big boy. Dazzle ex-bosses and pioneer painful business practices with Majima's thunderous thug style, swinging slugger, and b-boy breaker. Ouch, that's gotta hurt. And the next time you're out on the town, just remember, pain is temporary, experience is forever.
I miss all the games that Yakuza 0 had. Like, seriously, Yakuza 0 had the best mini games. Rainbow, good to see ya.
Want more? How about over 25 minutes of new cutscene content? More still? Well, don't touch that remote because we're throwing in a whole new mode. That's right. Now introducing Red Light Raid. 4-player co-op combat missions with online matchmaking. Team up and take down mobs of increasingly powerful enemies with players around the world. 6 different challenge missions and 60 playable characters. Stack cash fast by defeating foes as quickly as your health, heat, and skills can handle. So, what are you waiting for? Dial 1-888-YAKUZA-0 to get your very own Yakuza 0 Director's Cut for Nintendo Switch 2 and start your journey today.
Okay, well, I'll be honest. This is a big thing for the Switch 2. I'm kind of hoping that maybe they bring over the Director's Cut after a while to PC. I think that'd be fun to play for sure. But we shall have to see. I haven't really had a reason to go back to Yakuza 0 in a long time, but it is my favorite Yakuza game. Like, easily my favorite Yakuza game. Even all the little mini games and stuff. It's, yeah. Honestly, I haven't had as much fun in the newer games as I did with Yakuza 0. I really, really feel like Yakuza 0 is kind of like the pinnacle of where things really, really, really got good for the series. Pre-order say Switch 2s, oh god. It was a sweet spot because you had Yakuza, and then you had Yakuza 2. 3 came along, it was okay, ish. 4 came along, which I still haven't played, but I heard good things about it. And then they took a break. And then 5 came out, and it was kind of wonky initially. And then they said, fuck this. And then they did it in a new engine, and things went immediately better. And then they came out with, I want to say it was Yakuza 0, and then they came out with Kiwami, and then 6, and then Kiwami 2. So 0, Kiwami, and Kiwami 2 are probably, in my opinion, the 3 best. In my opinion. My favorite is a toss-up between 0 and 6. See, I still haven't played 6, so I can't really speak to it. I will say that 0, Kiwami, and Kiwami 2 were flawless. I loved them. 3 was really tough. Really, really tough for me. My issue with 3 is nothing happens for so long. I did not like 3. I'm not entirely sure why the massive change, but it was no bueno, if I'm being honest. Also, I know I just realized I said Tuesday. Today's Monday. But yeah, no, 3 was oof. Like, imagine a game series, right, where the whole point of playing the game is to kick the ever-living crap out of literally everybody, right? Just absolutely beat the shit out of everything and everyone on your way to the final boss or bosses or whatever, right? 3 was kind of like, and I know I've used this before, but I think it's really apt. 3 was, here is Karate Kid Part 2, where we all remember maybe the end of Karate Kid Part 2 after he defeats Chozen and then the typhoon comes in and he's got to rescue the girl, and then Chozen's master comes out of nowhere and Miyagi and master have to fight and like all this, and that stuff's great. But the first hour and 15 minutes are boring as shit and nobody cares. That's essentially what Yakuza 3 is. Yakuza 3 is the Who Asked installation of the series. And I kind of feel like that's fair to say. I kind of do. Because we start off, like, throughout 0, Kiwami, and Kiwami 2, or even if you just wanted to call it 1 and 2, right? Throughout those 3 games, you see Kiryu, he's doing a lot, was thrown in jail for a little while for a crime he didn't commit because he was taking the blame for something, finds out about this mass conspiracy to take down the Yakuza, and then finally rises to the occasion of becoming the head of the Tojo clan, and he does, and it's great. There's nothing wrong with it. And then you also have Majima, and you see his story kind of unfold, especially in Yakuza 0, where he goes from very strict and prim and proper to just saying fuck it and losing his mind and going insane. And it's all really well done. And in my opinion, Kiwami 2 has one of literally the best boss fights ever created. And then it's basically Karate Kid Part 2. Which one had random Majima yelling Kiryu-chan? I want to say that was Kiwami 1. I want to say that was Kiwami. Actually, I think he might have done it in Kiwami 2 as well. But I distinctly remember him doing it in Kiwami. Because it was one of those things where, like, they never got to fight each other, and one of the things that Majima always wanted to see was who's the best, and he kept egging Kiryu on to fight him. That's, if I remember correctly, that's what it was. But, like, yeah, Yakuza 3 did not, in my opinion, didn't fit very well at all. It really didn't fit very well whatsoever. Because the problem was that, just like Karate Kid Part 2, Yakuza 3 picks up maybe a couple of months after 2 or Kiwami 2 finishes, right? So it didn't go well, because it's like, okay, well, here's Kiryu, he's not doing anything, you spend 45 minutes trying to find a little girl's fucking slipper, and then you gotta go get lunch for everybody, which is fine, except now you have to travel to the city, and then you walk around the city and do everything in your power to not fight. Right? Even people who are, like, trying to get on your bad side, people who are trying to piss you off, people who are trying to start fight. Like, the cutscenes literally show every conceivable way Kiryu does the exact opposite of what he's done for 3 fucking games. And he does it for like 2/3 of the game. So the game doesn't even really start unless you really, really want like a slice of life bullshit. The game doesn't start until 2/3 of the way into playing it. Because then he finally is like, fuck this, and just loses his goddamn mind and goes overboard and just kicks the ever-living snot out of everything, which is great, but you only get that for about 1/3 of the game. The first 2/3 are just boring as shit, and most of the time, and I'm gonna be honest, even though I was playing it on stream, I actually, when those cutscenes were going on, because I knew there was nothing that was happening, and because nothing was in fact happening, and it didn't actually matter, I highly considered just sleeping through the cutscenes. And I've never done that before or since with a Yakuza game. Yakuza 3 is a snooze fest most of the time. And then, you know, I still haven't played 4 or 5, and well, no, that's not true. I played maybe 2 hours of 4, but I never got into 4, haven't played 5, and haven't played 6 because I haven't finished 3 or 4. And I mean, the Like a Dragon stuff is fine. There's nothing wrong with it. I really prefer playing as Kiryu. Just a small, well, that's the whole thing. It's not even just a small nap. It's like some of these cutscenes are literally like 10 minutes long. So you're literally just like, you guys could be reading the cutscene, like reading the subtitles for the cutscenes and shit like that. It's so boring to me. I could literally just cut my mic, lean back in my chair, and take a nap. Like, it really is that painfully slow. It seemed like it wanted to be an Atlas game with all the slice of life bullshit in 3. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what they were trying to do. Like, I know that they needed to explain his relationship to the kids, and obviously that plays a massive deal later on in the series, especially with Like a Dragon Gaiden, right? But yeah, it was oof. Like, it was one of those things where I sat there and I'm like, okay, I get it. He likes the kids. Can we please move on? I don't want to spend another 45 minutes looking for a little girl's shoe. This is bullshit. And the worst part is that I wasn't the only one who spent 45 minutes looking for a little girl's shoe. Because I had to look it up on Steam, and everybody who was complaining about that part was literally like, no, I've spent 45 minutes to an hour looking for the fucking shoe. And then like one person is like, yeah, no, it's really stupid. You're never gonna understand what the fuck, like where the fuck it is. But here, I'll tell you where it is. And then they tell you, and you go and get the shoe, and you go, why the fuck would it be there? It doesn't make any sense. You see more about the orphanage and kids in 6. I mean, that would make sense, because then right after 6, you have Yakuza Like a Dragon, right? And then you also have Gaiden. So those two stories coincide with the end of 6 and kind of pick up where Kiryu left off. So that, I could see that. That makes sense, for sure. That's fine. That doesn't, you know, that doesn't bother me. It's just all the little shit, basically. That's what it comes down to. But, yeah, I really haven't had a chance to go back to Yakuza 0. And I think I'd like to at some point. It's just, like with all Yakuza games, the problem is that Yakuza, as much as I love the games and as much as they are absolutely batshit nuts, they're long. They're really, really, really long. And that's not necessarily a bad thing, because you are getting your money's worth, for sure. You're 100% getting your money's worth. But it's kind of a tall ask, if you've already played it, to go back and do it all over again. Right? Like, you're absolutely, like, if it costs 50 or 60 bucks to get one of these games, that's fine, because you could easily dump 200 hours into the game, right? With all the different mini games and with the main story and all the side quests and like everything else, you could easily dump 200 hours into this game. Shadow abso-fucking-lutely naps during the cutscenes of Phantom Pain. I actually do not. I do not, Spoiled. How you doing? So yeah, it'll be interesting. If it does come out, it might be something or I should say, if it does release for PC, it would be interesting to check out again, I think, for sure, but we'll see what happens. I slept through the opening. Can chat now, the Spoiled is here. Oh boy. So yeah. So there you go. Yakuza 0 Director's Cut. It's coming to the Nintendo Switch 2. Hopefully it comes out to the PC, but we'll see how that goes. Next up, I know this is going to bore some of you, but I'm only interested in it because I'm still on the fence for this game. So hold on to your horses. It's only 8 minutes long. I'll probably turn it into at least 15, but I want to see what's going on with this because there's a new patch for Elden Ring Night Rain, and I still want to know if it's worth picking up.
Alright guys, we've got a brand new patch for Elden Ring Night Rain that's live right now, and it actually brings in a number of massive changes. We're seeing XP rate increases anywhere between 50 to 65%, if not even more, as well as now we finally get extra revives for every single night bosses. So we're going to talk about that in this video, and let's dive right in. But to start things off, you're going to see XP rates now increasing, especially for trash mobs significantly, but they've also applied those to bosses as well. So just to give you a few examples, we see here that they range anywhere between 50% all the way to about 65%, which is the highest that I've seen. So for example, in the case of these dogs, before the patch, they used to give 800 XP. Now in patch 1.02, they give 1320. So this was the highest I've seen, so a 65% increase in XP rate, give or take.
Okay.
But others go all the way down to 50%. For example, just to give you a couple of bosses here, the Abductors previously would give 4800 XP. Meanwhile, the soldiers were giving 1200 XP. Well, in the new patch, it's 7200 XP for the boss and 1800 for the smaller soldiers, so again a 50% increase. And finally, for one of these Colossus enemies, it was 3600 before the patch, and now it's 5400 after the patch. Again, another 50% increase. So across the board, it should be around this. Probably the smaller enemies are the ones that actually get a much higher increase rather than just 50%. You may see them getting closer to 70%, but I haven't seen any higher than that. Now, in terms of other changes that they've also talked about before in making the single player easier, one is that they've added an auto resurrection when you're fighting against the night bosses. Now, I'm not sure if the day one boss counts to this. My assumption is that yes, because as you can see over here, I died at the second night boss. Even though I did have 2 of those revive stones, none of them got consumed. So when I fell in battle, my character got auto resurrected without consuming any of them. And here is the kicker: just because you consumed your auto revive in one of the night bosses, it doesn't mean that they are going to now be gone for the duration of the whole fight. So for example, in the third day boss encounter in the same run, I died yet again against the third day boss encounter, and now I got auto resurrected again, but also without consuming those auto revive stones, of which I got 3 over here. So you can see that none of them get consumed, and I still have them in my inventory upon doing so. I then proceeded to, of course, lose every single one of them until I got the boss out. But hey, just so you know, you actually get all of these options, so now you're going to have much easier runs when it comes to single player. Now, what I didn't notice is if the bosses got any nerfs or buffs for that matter. To me, they seem exactly the same as they've been before. So the same amount of damage, the same amount of staggers they take as before. They deal the same amount of damage against you as they used to deal. So as far as I can tell, nothing has changed in regards to these bosses, but maybe some of the end game options did. I'm not sure. The servers are offline right now, so I can't really go ahead and test it out that easily. But just so you know, at least the Gladius over here, nothing changed in terms of how he fights against you. So that's going to be my assumption for everybody. And also, quick note, just as I was making this video, the new patch notes dropped on Steam, and they are pretty much in tune with exactly what I just told you. So we only have those two changes, which is the automatic revival upon defeat, which allows revival once per night boss battle. So there you have it, full on confirmation. It's once per night boss battle. So technically we have 3 revives in solo play against these night bosses, and the amount of runes gained will be increased. Like I just told you, it's 50 to 65%, give or take. Some of them may be higher than that. However, there are some other changes that will drop in the next few weeks. It seems that the next week we'll see some other patches coming in with a bunch of other changes. Right now there are quite a few problems that the game has. Specifically, I'm going to talk about the ones that purely affect the gameplay, one of which is sometimes the odd parkour mechanics just prevent you from actually climbing surfaces, which I found to be really annoying and really need a fix. Sometimes your character is able to grab ledges way above its head, other times it can't even jump on something that's below knee level for some reason. I'm not sure exactly why, so hopefully that's going to get addressed too. Another one is that, is anybody else disappointed like how I am about some of the cosmetics we get in the game, especially the remembrance outfits? Because some of them barely have a noticeable change in them. You're going through all of that effort, and the only thing you get, especially if you're a wilder by the way, is a pin on your armor. That is basically it. Or if you're playing with an Iron Eye, it's just that you get the same variant but covered in blood. That's literally it. So I kind of wish that in the future they add better looking cosmetics, and especially so revamp the remembrance specific ones, because let me tell you, it's not easy and a lot of folks are not there just yet. I would also argue that the camps that provide specific status effects to what the boss is weak against in that run should be a little bit more abundant. There were many times I made full runs, for example, against the final boss encounter, which may be weak against something like Holy, if I remember correctly. In this case, it was a chore to find a holy weapon, a weapon that dealt holy damage, especially as Iron Eye. And even when we did found a camp with holy on it, it didn't drop the weapon that I needed for that character, but with also the holy affinity. For example, I would see swords dropping even though I needed bows for my Iron Eye, and that's just one of the examples. Others may need electricity, or maybe even, for example, madness, which is not as often and common as the others I've mentioned. So in this case, I kind of hope that in the future they bump it to not just 2 per map, but maybe 4 or at least 3 per map. I think that would be a little bit more balanced. And another one that I'm even more shocked it's in the game is the fact that when you actually jump into a remembrance, which is basically your character's quest line, this is going to put you in a completely different matchmaking pool, only with other players that are also in the same mission as you are, which drastically reduces your access to other players, and you're going to see increasingly higher expedition waiting times. In this case, I imagine that a few months later down the line, probably nobody will even queue in for them because everybody's completing them right now. So I really hope that in the future they come in, patch this in, and just let everybody queue in with everybody regardless of their instance of those remembrances. And
What? No, that doesn't... Well, I'll go over it after.
on a similar note, I would say that the same should apply when you go back to that different version of the round table hold. But specifically in this case with the matchmaking pool limitation, it really doesn't make any sense if you think about it, because most of the objectives you find in Limveld naturally occur in places you would visit anyway. Like I got one that brought me to a mine. I go there anyway. It was exactly the same as it's always been. It just had an extra boss. In this case, might even give a bit of extra XP to some of my other teammates that don't or have already completed that portion of the main mission. So just some of my gripes. Do let me know down below in the comments if you do see any other issues, or if you want to see any other changes in any of these upcoming patches. This is pretty much it with the video. Thanks much for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.
Okay, so I feel like it's a good thing that solo runs are buffed, but at the same time, I kind of feel like this is putting a Band-Aid on a shotgun wound. So what I mean by that is the guy in here specifically said, oh, well, you know, they're bumping up the amount of runes. It's anywhere between 50 to 65% more. And it's like, okay, well, when you're low level, that's fine. But what about when you're at higher level? Right? What about when you're at higher level? Or what about when you're about to get into a Night Lord fight and the game is designed around 3 people kicking the snot out of one of these Night Lords, but now there's only one? What is being done to make sure that the solo person who's going up against a Night Lord is having the exact same kind of experience that 3 people going up against the same Night Lord are going to have? Because if they're not having the same experience, then what's the point? Right? Like, the way that I'm seeing it right now, and I'll use, Gladius, I think was his name. Yeah, this guy, right? The 3-headed dog that then splits into 3 dogs. The reason it splits into 3 dogs is because it's giving each player the experience of fighting one of these dogs one-on-one. And the entire point is the dog, you know, the Cerberus splits up, and then everybody, all the players split up so that nobody's taking on too much all at the same time, because one person attacking a 3-headed dog is a bad day, but you have 3 people attacking a 3-headed dog. Well, it's okay because it's 1 per head. But then it splits off into 3. So now what? How are we going to compensate, I guess you could say, for there only being 1 player against 3 separate entities? Because I don't know about you, but to me that just sounds fucking miserable. Like, what do you guys think of this? Only 1 per head actually mattered. Well, it makes it a little bit more even keel, or at least in theory it does, and I think generally that makes sense, right? At least that's the thought process behind this boss, is that you have one entity that's got 3 separate heads. That entity then splits off into 3 single enemies, which splits the party. So now for a certain period of time, you've got a party that is split, which is kind of like crunch time. It's danger close time, right? Because if one goes down, now somebody else has to go over to that area where the dog was, and that other dog has now ganged up on somebody else, and you have to try and get that character back up. That's where it's crunch time. But it's doable. Now try doing that all by yourself. There's only one with 3 heads. It doesn't matter how many heads because it's going to lock on and aggro 1 person at a time until it splits up. The aggro changes. That's the big thing. The aggro changes because it's not, oh, look, I'm a tank. Here, I'm going to grab aggro, because that's how literally everything else in an MMO has worked ever. It's more like, if the DPS does more damage, guess where they're going for? Right? So in that sense, it's actually a hell of a lot easier, because if the tank can hold aggro, the DPS just has to do slightly under what the tank does in terms of just raw output. And then there you go. Now the tank can take the hits. But the trick is to make sure that you don't do that, or that you don't go overboard, because if you're a DPS, you're really, really, really squishy. And I've heard that already through a bunch of people, is that if you're a DPS, the DPS feels really, really, really squishy. So, but you can literally fucking haul ass and outshine the tank in every way imaginable. So now imagine being the squishy character who has to worry and who has to, like, hold back a little bit and kind of let the thing play out so that you're not just getting curb stomped by a three-headed dog. That actually does take strategy. It does, right? And then the danger gets upped because now it splits into three separate characters. Those three separate entities are not going to lock on only to the tank. Those three separate entities are now going to basically lock on to whatever's closest, but if something else hits them, they're going to go after it. Which is how it works and how the game forces everybody to play. So when it goes to three separate dogs, everybody goes, okay, we all got to take a dog. And then they all literally are fighting simultaneously one-on-one. That's how it works. Right? But again, problem is, how do you compensate for that level of gameplay that you cannot get to as a solo player because you are only you? You don't have two other people with you. So how do you do it? That's a really tough call. You see it, like, to me, it just doesn't make much sense. And I'm not entirely sure how they're going to go about that. Like, I could see it if they go, oh, okay, solo mode, right? And they may put a note on things, right? Going, oh, hey, in solo mode, this buff gives you, say, like, 80 to 90% more damage versus what it normally would be in a regular group, which is, say, 50 or 60% more damage, right? I'm just throwing numbers out there just to kind of make the point. I don't know what's in it. But something like that, to the point where the damage output equals the total average damage output of whatever three people would be, I think would probably be the best way to go if you're doing solo. Because otherwise, I mean, you're just pissing into a fan at that point and just trying not to get piss all over yourself. Like, what do you guys think about it? Because I've heard conflicting things. I'm not going to say who on either side, but I will say that there are people that are friends of mine that actually really genuinely like Night Rain. And they've asked if I'm going to pick it up, and I've told them I'm on the fence because I'm not entirely sure how I like it, because it's not like regular Elden Ring where, you walk around, you explore and all that good stuff and pick up items and read the lore and so on. This is, you drop in, circles on a timer, bust your ass making sure that you're in the circle or as close to the center of the circle as possible, so when the circle starts to close in, you don't have to worry, and you're trying to kill things as fast as you possibly can, which is fine, but they've also been beefed up. And they've also been beefed up to compensate for the fact that every time you go to a site of grace, you could end up leveling up 5 or 6 times, depending on how many enemies you've killed. So how are they going to compensate for that in solo? Like, am I wrong in this assessment? Or, like, I mean, what do you guys feel about it? Because, to be completely honest, I'm actually still kind of on the fence. I'm still kind of on the fence when it comes to Night Rain, and I don't really know how to feel about it one way or the other. So what do you guys feel about Night Rain? I'm actually genuinely curious. Like, I know the general overall consensus for a lot of people is, oh, don't buy it, it's dog shit, it's not going to get, like, Game of the Year. Okay, fair. It's not going to get Game of the Year, but just because it doesn't get Game of the Year doesn't mean it's a good game. Right? So, I mean, what do we think about Night Rain just in general, in terms of how the game's going and how fun of an experience it's going to be? What do you guys think? Probably not going to touch it until they inevitably make a mainly solo experience out of it, and even then I might as well just play Elden Ring because it's not a half-assed cash grab of a game. See, this is where I'm kind of torn, because I don't necessarily know... I've been thinking about this, and I don't necessarily know if it is a cash grab. I really don't. I don't know if it's a cash grab. It doesn't feel to me like initially when they first announced it, I was like, yeah, this kind of feels like a cash grab because it's essentially Fortnite, but in Elden Ring. But the more I've watched people play it, the more I've noticed it is absolutely anything but Fortnite. The only thing that is Fortnite-ish is the circle. That's it. That's literally the only thing that's Fortnite-ish about it, is the circle. I don't... Here's why I don't think it's a cash grab. Elden Ring came out... Let me see. Let me do this. Elden Ring. Right? So Elden Ring came out in 2022. So February 25th, 2022. Right? It is now June 2nd, 2025. Which means they've had over 3 years, right, to come up with something fresh and something new for Elden Ring. Now, they already did it with Shadow of the Erdtree, right? And Shadow of the Erdtree came out last year, almost to the day last year, right? But that's it. That's all there was. There was no more. But they've had 3 years to come up with Night Rain, and for what it's worth, it's not Miyazaki that's making Night Rain. He's not. It's a completely different director who had a completely different way of looking at Elden Ring and going, maybe there's something we can do here, right? Maybe there's something that we could take from this and kind of make it a thing where instead of taking your time and spending 200 hours going through everything and so on, we could just do a boss rush or a boss gauntlet, right? And then maybe we can put the pressure on by adding like a BR circle and all that shit. Like, it, to me, that does not feel like a cash grab. It really, really doesn't. Because as much as I don't like sticking up for Miyazaki, I honestly don't believe that something that Miyazaki created, he would turn around and go, oh yeah, we need the fucking money. Absolutely. Elden Ring was one of the best-selling games of all time, and Shadow of the Erdtree was one of the best-selling DLCs of all time. Yeah, fuck it. Absolutely. Let's just make a cash grab out of it, and then 6 months from now, we'll turn it into a mobile game. I have no doubt in my mind, unless there is an interview that comes out stating otherwise, that conversation did not take place. That's how I feel. I don't think it's a cash grab. I really, really, really don't. They've had so many things now they've come out and said, oh, we overlooked that on top of just reusing assets, which isn't new for them to begin with, and slapped Elden Ring on it and sent it out. I can't see it as anything other than a cash grab they rushed out. They didn't rush it out. How is 3 years rushed? That's my point. How is 3 years rushed? And when you're talking about reused assets, they've literally reused assets with the exception of Demon Souls in every single game that made them massive. And that, by the way, is not lazy. They just know, oh, hey, this thing works. This is the design we came up with. We'll just take the stuff, we'll update it a little bit, and then we'll put it in, and there you go. That's just a very cost-effective way of saving money. That's all that is. I mean, it's still challenging, right? It looks different enough, and it sometimes plays different enough. Like, if you take Asylum Demon from Dark Souls 1, and you go, well, Asylum Demon is just like the demon from, the same kind of demon from Demon Souls, you go, okay, well, that makes sense, because Demon Souls didn't perfect the formula quite yet, and they pretty much got it perfect in Dark Souls 1. Okay, understandable, makes sense. Then you take that demon and you put it into Dark Souls 2 and you go, oh, really? It's the same thing? Oh, shit. But you don't know that until somebody brings it up, specifically because there's 1 or 2 new big spells that they do and they look different enough. Same thing with Dark Souls 3, same thing with Elden Ring. Like, I never would have known that the Tree Sentinel, or not Tree Sentinels, the Erd Tree avatars were literally, when you look under the hood, it has the same code as the fucking Asylum Demon or Taurus Demon. I never would have known that. And just by looking at them and fighting them, there's no way for you to know that. Because they all have very specific spells or very specific abilities that you do not get with any other enemy. Right? So there's no problem with reusing assets. That's just a very cost-effective way of doing it. And I know, like, the meme is, oh, well, you know, here, let's just take the biggest fucking and, you know, baddest boss we can find and just we'll put a new skin on it. We all know that it's not as easy as it's made out to be, right? So I have no problem with them reusing abilities and with them reusing assets and doing an asset flip or something along those lines. That has never bothered me because I feel like they more than what's the word I'm looking for? They more than return on their promise that the game itself is going to be fucking awesome, right? Or that the boss fight is going to be a lot of fun, or that the boss fight is going to be challenging, right? Just because you fought the Asylum Demon and beat it in Dark Souls 1 does not mean you're going to beat the fucking Erd Tree Avatar in Caelid. And we've all fought that Erd Tree Avatar in Caelid. We know that sumbitch is hard as fuck. Right? So if it was just like the exact same asset flip, then there'd be no problem. But there clearly is. So yeah, asset flip shit, that really doesn't bother me. But that's also why I don't think it's a cash grab, right? They've had 3 years to do this. Did it cost them less money because everything was like because everything was kind of already there with the exception of a couple new things that they had to add? Yes. They saved a lot of money doing that. Did they save on making a brand new game? Absolutely they did. 100%. Did they take old assets and turn it into potential bosses and stuff like that you'll find in the overworld of Elden Ring Night Reign? Yeah, of course. And it also helps keep fueling the fire that Dark Souls and Elden Ring are somehow connected even though Miyazaki has come out and said, no, they're not connected. One is a spiritual successor, right? So, okay, they've saved money. They have a game that's open world. They don't have to make a brand new game. They just add on to what's already there and kind of get rid of what they don't want and steer it in a certain direction. And there you go. To me, that does not sound like a cash grab whatsoever. Not even remotely close. Not even remotely close. For FromSoft, it's not a problem because they made a way of reusing them in a way that fits within the same game like Elden Ring, but now they took everything from Elden Ring and basically reused it all for a whole new game. Hell, the DLC for Elden Ring looks and feels like they did more to it than what they did with Night Rain. Everything about it seems like one to me. It doesn't. Like, that again, that's the whole thing. Let me put it this way. I don't think that anybody in their right mind, if Night Rain came out simultaneously as Elden Ring did, I don't think we'd be having this conversation. I don't think anybody would look at it as a cash grab. One of my big qualifiers for something that is a cash grab is if this came out at the same time as the original game did, would it still be looked at as a cash grab? And if the answer is no, then that's a very, very, very big lean for me towards no. I'll show you what I mean, right? If you got Final Fantasy VII, right? We'll do Final Fantasy VII. Doesn't matter. Could be 7, could be 8. Who gives a shit? Right? So you got Final Fantasy VII. Everything's cool. And then you do Final Fantasy Brave Exvius, which essentially just takes basically any and all characters from every Final Fantasy game you could possibly think of, and they put it in a mobile app, and the mobile version, or I should say this version of the game makes you constantly have to grind and makes you constantly have to do things and makes you possibly spend quite a bit of money because you may not necessarily have the tokens, which means that if you don't have the tokens, you have to go back and grind the ever-living fuck out of the thing and so on, right, in order to achieve the next thing or unlock the next character that you specifically need in order to beat a boss or whatever. Does that sound like a cash grab? Because if it does, which it is, by the way, but if it does, wouldn't that still be the same conversation people would have if it came out in 1997 alongside Final Fantasy VII? I think so. Even if we excuse the reuse of assets for it all, which I 100% am, and then what they did spend 3 years doing to overlook so much all, Night Rain feels like it is a compiled, overlooked version of Elden Ring that they hardly thought out. What exactly is it that they didn't think out? This is kind of like why I'm asking the questions, because I am on the fence, but at the same time, I think there's a lot of misconceptions about Night Rain. I think there's a lot of fucking misconceptions, some of which I had too until I actually started watching people play it. So what things did they not think out? Because to me, it's actually kind of clear what they thought. Not saying I agree with it, but I think it's clear. My opinion isn't useful because I find all Souls games dog shit to play, but immensely fun to watch. No, I mean, I feel like your input is definitely valuable, for sure. And the reason I say that is because this is something that I'm considering doing on stream, but it's something that I have to enjoy. Like, I sat on Dark Souls for fucking years, right? I sat on Dark Souls for years. I slept on it until finally, I think it was Medicine who was like, you should totally play Dark Souls, right? Because it is a fun game. Chances are you won't run into too many assholes because you're going to be playing it offline anyway, so who cares? It's just going to be you versus the computer AI. And then sure, done. And I played it, and I had a blast with it, and easily it's one of my favorite go-tos when it comes to video games now. Trios, bosses, game mechanics, soloing, classes, so what they thought, what they wanted with it, but if they had put more thought into it, no one would be making these videos about the shit that's wrong with it, because that's crucial to the game's core idea. Okay, sure. Then if Elden Ring is one of the greatest games ever made, then what about all the videos with everybody on YouTube going, this game is a massive fucking failure when it comes out for the PC because most people have to unplug their fucking keyboards to get their goddamn controllers to work. But still, Elden Ring is being hailed as one of the greatest games to come out. Or what about all the different patches that they came out with for Millennia and Radon? Because they were so fucking hard, people were literally banging their head against the wall. And meanwhile, other people were sitting there going, no, the fights are fine and everything. Yeah, they take a little bit of time. They're really tough, but that's kind of the point. Get good, scrub, right? And then finally, they were like, nah, you know what? It's a little bit too tough. We're gonna kick it down a few notches. What about all of those? That's exactly my point. You can have a great idea, but this is nothing out of the realm of possibility for FromSoft. This is nothing they haven't done before. How does that compare to people complaining about the literal core mechanics of the entire game? What, people's controllers not working unless they unplug their fucking keyboard? And then some people having to go back and forth between their keyboard and their controller because the things don't work. That's kind of a core element of the gameplay, wouldn't you say? Being able to use a controller in a game that was designed for a controller and then it doesn't? You don't think that's a problem? That's a massive problem. Absolutely massive problem. I literally remember first week, 90% of every streamer that I saw, and I went through a lot of them that week because I was really interested in seeing what Elden Ring was all about. I saw 90% of the streamers that I watched having some sort of absolutely massive breakdown in the game because the fucking thing didn't want to work for them. Whether it was they had to unplug their keyboard so that they can get their controller to work, or they had to keep going back and forth because some buttons would work on their controllers and other buttons wouldn't, so they had to use the keyboard equivalent on their keyboard, or they just weren't able to use their game controller whatsoever because every time they plugged the fucking thing in, the game would crash. That's kind of a core gameplay thing, wouldn't you say? That's kind of a massive core gameplay thing. And this isn't the first time that From Software has done anything like that. This isn't the first time one of their games has done something like that. People are still bitching today about Bed of Chaos, and then they go, oh yeah, no, we overlooked that. Guess what? Everybody's fine with it. You would think for a boss, it would be challenging. But no, Bed of Chaos isn't challenging. All you have to do is die 3 times. That's it. Is that really conducive to the core of the game? No. In fact, it's actually the opposite. It's completely the opposite of what the core of the game is trying to get you to do. Because now, instead of trying to figure out the gimmick, or instead of trying to figure out how to hang in there for a little bit longer, literally it just comes down to, oh, you just die 3 times because you can't actually run back to the other side for Bed of Chaos, because by the time you do, the floor has completely given out. So you just have to go in, go to one side, destroy the thing, fall down, die, go in again, go to the other side, do the other one, fall down, die, then go back in, go right up the center, jump on the tree, and then run up, and then hit the thing once and it's dead. That's kind of anathema to literally the entire core of the game. Is it not? Okay, so they can patch that and the game is just fine. They can't patch most of the issues people have with Night Rain without changing the game in an extreme way. Yeah. So, just because something is easy or difficult to fix doesn't mean that it's any less a core part of the game. That doesn't mean that in the slightest. You have to remember, Night Rain is also a game that has been turned into another game. Tia, how you doing? It's a game that's been turned into another type of game, right? If you had a Dark Souls boss rush or a Dark Souls boss gauntlet, it would absolutely change the entire point of the game. But people do it all the time and nobody has a problem with it. So what's the issue here? Reminds me back in the day when Battlefield 5 released and it was quite difficult. You had to be tactical and the great unwashed were all, oh, it's too hard. So it got dumbed down and became boring. That's a thing and didn't need changing. Night Rain seems like it needs some major adjustments. Of course it needs major adjustments. 100% it does. Absolutely it does. And let's not forget, every single time Elden Ring comes out with another patch, guess what? It's usually to nerf bosses. Because nobody gives a shit about the tiny little patches that take like maybe 3.5 seconds to download, where it's like, oh, well, there was this tiny little item in this fucking cave that almost nobody goes to that now does this, you know, maybe like 3% more damage than it should to make sure that it's doing the right amount of things or get you the proc in a certain amount of time. Nobody gives a shit about that. What they give a shit about is when Melania gets nerfed, or when Radon gets nerfed, or when Moog gets nerfed. Those are the big ones. Right? They absolutely are talking about the big ones. And those are major changes. Those are major, major changes. We all get nerfed. True myth. I, for one, do not look forward to the Asmongold is Madge clips that will fill Discord via Night Rain. Nah, there's a whole world of shit that's going on with Asmongold anyway, and to be completely honest, I think most people are either like 13 years old that are watching him, or if they're old enough, typically just don't care anymore. Because literally all that's going to happen, and it's the same thing that happens every single time he plays one of these games, is he fights a couple of mobs, calls himself the literal god, then gets his shit pushed in when it comes to an actual boss, and then is like, oh, I mean, I'm just freaking out. I can't do it. I can't fucking do it. Oh my god, I don't know what I'm doing wrong, and I don't know. I kind of feel like, I don't know, I got a headache and this. Okay, congratulations, stupid. Keep making fucking excuses for yourself, and then when you go back later on and go, I'm the literal god. This one's so fucking easy. Great, congratulations, you've done it for fucking 8 games, no one gives a shit. You know what I mean? Like, that's what he does every single time. Saw him almost stop playing because he couldn't hit an insect that flies around an Elden Ring. Yeah, the fucking mosquito. And to be fair, the mosquito is not the easiest thing to hit. I get it, but that's literally all his shit now. He'll sit there and he'll hit a mob. Oh, easiest game of my life. I'm the literal fucking god. And then he gets his shit pushed in miserably, continuously, until he finally starts to get it and go through the exact same process everybody else does who plays the game. And he's just like, oh no, this game's easy. I'm the fucking literal god. Meanwhile, a fucking mosquito almost completely ruins his entire playthrough. That is the pattern that he does. That's absolutely the pattern that he does. I saw him play years ago. I saw him play Dark Souls 1 for the second time, and he thought he was pulling a fast one on people because he stood in front of the gate, in front of the Capra Demon, and he's like, okay guys, well let me check this stuff out, and oh no, wait, that's the wrong thing, as he throws poop over the fucking wall, right? And then he just stands there for 5 minutes, and then because he actually nailed exactly where he was supposed to throw, he just waited for the Capra Demon to die, and then he's like, oh yeah, guys, a literal god. That's how it's done, boys. And it's like, you didn't do shit. You're just a fucking idiot. That's it. That's all it is. And it's like, who exactly do you think you're fooling here? Because if you just think your entire audience is fucking stupid, then maybe you should find another job. Clearly you selected poop. Clearly you threw it over the fucking wall. Clearly you were standing there and stalling to wait 5 minutes so that enemy felled could come across the fucking screen. And then you take all the credit for being a literal god when you're the one who fucking looked it up to begin with to figure out how to cheese him, because you spent just as long as I did, if not longer, getting the shit kicked out of you in a bathroom stall. You know what I mean? Like, that's his formula over and over and over and over and over and over again. That's all he does. That's all he does. Like, I don't watch his shit anymore because it's not fun. He says the same shit all the time. Like, literally, you can go through his Dark Souls 1, Dark Souls 2, Dark Souls 3, Bloodborne, Sekiro, Armored Core, and Elden Ring playthroughs. And I guarantee he will follow almost to a T that exact formula every single time for hundreds of hours. We're talking probably the better part of about 1,000 hours, easily, because of all the time that he put into those games. Easily. So, I don't think people are going to give a shit anymore. I really, really don't think people are going to give a shit. And if they do, well, hey, hope you got your fucking money's worth. Really hope you got your money's worth, because you're just throwing it all away to somebody who just thinks you're fucking stupid and thinks he's always right. Congratulations. That's just what he does. That is. But back to the matter at hand, I don't think Night Rain is... I think, let me put it this way. I don't think Night Rain is a cash grab. I think it was a bad idea. I don't think it was a cash grab. I don't think anybody at From Software had the intentions of actually doing a cash grab. I think what happened is, and I can't remember the director of Night Rain. Hang on, let me find out. Genres, director. Yeah, Junya Ishizaki, right? I think Junya Ishizaki came out and was like, I have this great idea. How about we take the bones of Elden Ring and we turn it into something that we've never done before. Faster paced, boss gauntlet, all this other shit, right? Miyazaki, by the way, lets these people do whatever the fuck they want. When he okays something, they just go ham. And as long as the fucking thing works, Miyazaki doesn't give a shit. Okay? That's just how it works. So I guarantee they had a really, really decent idea that sounded great on paper. Not so much in practice. Does that make it a cash grab? No. It doesn't make it a cash grab. Because I can tell you what's a cash grab. Final Fantasy Brave Exvius. And if this game came out at the same time Final Fantasy VII did, or Final Fantasy 8, 9, 10, 10-2, 11, 12, 13, 13-2, 14, 15, 16, any of them, guaranteed this will still look like a cash grab. Because that's exactly what it is. So I really don't feel like it's a cash grab. I feel like it's an idea that was executed poorly. I really do. And I'm not sitting there and blaming anybody for it being executed poorly, because maybe Elden Ring just isn't necessarily the game that is most conducive to this kind of gameplay, and I understand that. But at the same time, does it really matter? Like, let's not forget, this game sold 2 million copies already. It hasn't even been a week, and it's already sold 2 million copies. We all knew that was going to happen. The game is already a success, regardless of what people on Steam are giving it as far as 7 out of 10, and IGN is giving it, which is 7 out of 10, and Google reviews, which is 63%. It's still a success. You still have literally everybody and their mother lining up to buy this, because they've already broken 2 million copies. Guaranteed by the end of the year, they're probably going to have anywhere between 5 to 10 million copies sold. Right? So clearly the game is a success from a financial standpoint, and that's fine. But the question is it worth my money? I don't think it's a cash grab whatsoever. I think it might be a poorly executed idea in a game that isn't very conducive. I don't feel like that's really the thing. My question, my big question is it worth the money? Some people are saying yes, other people are saying no. Some people are in the middle saying it's not going to be for everybody. Sophia coming in and gifting a sub to Tia. Sophia, thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And how you doing, Sophia? How are things? I think future sales depend strictly on changes they make to it and the voices of people that are still playing it.
Sophia Fantasy gifted a tier 1 sub to Tiwetwal. They have given 138 gift subs in the channel.
She was being nice, Tia. That's why. She was just being nice. And yes, I agree with you that future sales depend on the changes they make, 100%. But when have they really made a bad patch? Give it back. Come on, give it back. Hand it over. When have they really done like a bad patch that, generally speaking, for any of their games, by the way, that generally speaking, overall was not something that was good for the game? Right? Like, it's... and this is one reason why, this is another reason why I don't feel it's a cash grab. Because if it was a cash grab, there'd be a day one patch, and then they'd promise and promise and promise and promise and promise and promise and promise, and then never release another patch whatsoever, and still crap out commercials for it, and still tell you that you can join the game for free and still tell you that, hey, if you sign up for this exclusive thing or whatever, you get all these different, you can start off 20 levels ahead of everybody else. Or they'll sit there and be like, well, I mean, we have a season pass coming up and this, that, you know, you're not going to want to miss the season pass, right? That's the shit that's a cash grab. That's absolutely the shit that's a cash grab. Perfect example of cash grab. Look at Activision Blizzard with World of Warcraft. Right? Here's a fucking mount that costs more than the game does. Even after you factor in paying for the sub every month, you still have to pay more than what the game costs to actually sit down and play it. There's your cash grab. It's going to haunt you for the rest of your life. Get used to it. Oh boy. No, Madden isn't a cash grab either. And holy crap, Sophia coming in with, sweet Jesus, 5 more gifted subs. Excuse me. Sophia, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Holy crap. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Sweet Jeebus. Yeah, no, Madden is not a cash grab, and I'll tell you why. The reason why Madden is not a cash grab is because legally they can't be. Legally they can't be. And the reason they can't be has absolutely nothing to do with them as a developer or a publisher. It has everything to do with how the players' unions and the NFL decide to go for things. So, for instance, they have no problem putting out college football, right, for, say, the PC. But when it comes to an actual Madden game, last I checked, and it might have changed now, maybe they came to a deal, but the last Madden game that came out was not released for PC specifically because the players' unions didn't want anybody to fuck with any of the players or their looks or their statistics whatsoever. And they knew that people were going to do that as soon as the game came out for PC, so they just said, fuck it, we're not doing it for PC. Done. If it was a cash grab, oof. College football wasn't released for PC, but every Madden has been on PC. Is Madden 25 on PC now? Let me see. Let me see. It is on. Okay, cool. Yeah, so, but yeah, they still have the players' unions. They still had them for college football. They didn't want anybody fucking with those people. They didn't want anybody fucking with those people. Right? So, how was that a cash grab? Madden slaps a new roster in the game and charges $60. And? Does that mean the NFL is a cash grab because the roster changes every year? And people still literally pay hundreds upon thousands of dollars in order to get season tickets? Of course it's going to be a new roster. They have to update it for that particular year. That's how it works, right? Now, maybe they don't necessarily add brand new stuff every single time. I agree that that's a little lazy. 100%. I agree that that's lazy. Sure. But is it a cash grab? Not when the NFL comes calling it ain't. Because if a game is absolutely just utter dog shit and nobody buys it, and the NFL don't make their money, guess what? EA is going to be fronting that fucking bill to make sure that the NFL gets paid off. Because they still have to pay for all the licenses for all the different players. They have to pay for all the licenses for all the team logos. They have to pay for all the licenses for all the music. They have to pay for all the licenses for using people's likenesses and likenesses of the environments. They have to pay licenses for sometimes just music that's playing in the background while you're in a menu. That's a lot of money. That's a lot. I wouldn't call that a cash grab whatsoever. That is a lot of money exchanging hands before they do anything. And they have to renew it every single time they make a new one. They have to renew those licenses because you can't take something from, say, Madden 2014 and put it into Madden 2025 and go, oh, well, we've already got a license for 2014, so it's good. No. If you've got, let's say, Madden in 2002 with Vinatieri, who's still on the fucking Patriots, and then Vinatieri goes and he goes to another team the next year in 2003 and he switches over, well, congratulations to Vinatieri, but the problem is that now they have to pay a license for Vinatieri on that specific team. And they have to pay for his likeness, they have to pay for his uniform, they have to pay for the logo, they have to pay for all that stuff, they have to pay for putting him on the team. They literally all that crap adds up, and they have to buy brand new licenses from the NFL. I wouldn't call that a cash grab whatsoever. That is tens, if not hundreds of millions of dollars exchanging hands. That's not a cash grab. Not at all. I wouldn't say that in the slightest. Do I think EA is lazy in how they execute things? Yeah, absolutely. But there are plenty of blatant examples that I think 100% and that most people know are cash grabs that are actual video games that people have been royally screwed over by time and time and time again. Unfortunately, as much as I would love to point the finger at EA, Madden ain't one of them. They just aren't. Like, we can sit here and go, oh, yeah, I mean, they do the same thing and put in a new roster. It's a lot. Madden games have always been seen as pay-to-win, non-innovative cash grabs for years now. Who cares how much money they spend to make it? It doesn't excuse what they put out is just a lazy pay-to-win cash grab. Okay, I would love to know an example as to when a company that puts something out and spends tens, if not hundreds of millions of dollars on making sure that they have everything legally to then go and spend at least a year or two in development for the next game and then puts it out and then has to sit there and come out with an apology notice on Twitter every single time something goes wrong, because EA is always under the microscope, and then they have to turn around and unfuck the problems that they have to, which equals even more money, and then they have to turn around and they have to implement those things and figure out why the new patches are fucking everything up, and why the new patches are still having problems, and why people are still having micro-stuttering issues, and everything else, until they spend at least a year fixing it. But then at the end, it doesn't matter, because ta-da, here's a new one, and it's coming out right now. And they're spending money hand over fist, and the margin for ROI is so incredibly small that it doesn't matter. And they're literally how does that equate to cash grab? Cash grab is very, very, very simple when it comes to video games. You have a thing, you turn around, you make people buy it. And it isn't needed. You can play the rest of the game in a certain way and never have to worry about it. These are cosmetics. but they're going to charge you $50 for it. Or what they're going to do is they're going to turn around and they're going to have somebody make this very, very convoluted system where you got 8 different fucking things that you have to have at all times, grinding your ass off for probably years in order to do anything. And then they go, or you could pay $20 and you can skip all of that. That's a cash grab. Spending tens to hundreds of millions of dollars every single year on licensing fees and permission and IP fees and everything else, that is the farthest thing from a cash grab. Because if it was just a cash grab, they'd just be like, no, fuck it, we already have our own assets. We'll just dump them in because we already have everything already done anyway. We're just going to dump them in, or we're going to pay somebody pennies on the fucking dollar to sit there and do almost nothing for about 70 hours. And then we're just going to keep doing that with every single character that we want to dump in and make it look like, oh my God, you've got this amazing, massive roster and everything with a story that doesn't mean shit, with abilities that don't do anything because they're all locked behind paywalls. And then on top of that, they're going to go, well, you could grind for years, or you could pay $50 and you can skip all of it. There's your cash grab. Minimal expense for maximum payout. That's what a cash grab is. Madden is anything but that. That's why they call it a cash grab, right? Because they're just taking money out of your hands. They don't have to work, but clearly work is being done in something like Madden. Now, if you take an example such as WoW, where they have a mount that costs more than what the game does, that's 100% a cash grab. Absolutely. Especially to people who don't have mounts yet. Because they're saying, hey, you know this thing in the game where you're grinding your ass off and you're doing like all this stuff and so on, and you don't have a mount yet because you haven't gotten to the right level to get to the quest that actually gives you the mount? Here, you can pay us $80 and we'll just give you the fucking mount and you can have it from day one. There's your cash grab. Mean like EA making a new Madden with barely any changes outside of taking fan favorite modes out of the game and filling it with microtransactions that give you skill points and card packs to get an edge over everyone else, where they're lucky to break 20 million to develop Madden 25 and they're going to make hundreds of millions because of super fans. They're not going to make hundreds of millions. That's where you're wrong. They're not making hundreds of millions. The money that is made from selling it comes out to hundreds of millions, yes, but they don't make that. Most of that goes back to making sure that they are in the black, because they still have a shit ton of overhead that they have to pay for. So the margin of return on investment that they have is insanely small. It'd be like going to an automotive shop because your car is broken, right? It'd be like going there and you don't know what's wrong with it, and then them going, and I'm just talking about return on investment, and then them going, okay, it's going to take roughly about 15 to 16 hours worth of man time, so we'd be booking you for 15 hours of man time, plus the part, and putting it all back together, and it's going to cost $2,000. What you don't see on the back end is that they have to pay their people. They have to make sure that their people are being paid correctly and that they're being paid fairly. They have to make sure that insurance is covered. They have to make sure that they can get the part and that the part is available. They have to make sure that it's not taking space up in a bay for too long, because if it does, then they're losing even more money on other potential sales and other potential repairs that they could be doing. And then the bill, before they give it to you, costs them $1,600. Which means that if you were to go out and get all the materials and everything else and yada, 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 you would probably look at it and go, oh my God, I probably should have just paid the $2,000 and done it and had them do it, because this is a massive pain in the balls, because I've already spent time off of work trying to repair my car. I've spent time going out and getting the tools that I need. I've spent time going out and getting the part. I've spent the time going out and making sure that I've paid for everything that I need to in order to make sure that the car is going to be good day one once I get it back together. And by the time you're done 40 hours later, because you don't know what you're doing, you sit there and go, fuck, I should have just paid the $2,000. And meanwhile, it cost them $1,600 and they're charging you $2,000 because people still have to get paid for doing the job. That's a very small margin that they're actually making. Very small. And in some states, you can't even do, oh, well, we're going to upcharge you on the parts. You can't do that in some states. They don't allow it. So you upcharge on the labor. That way you can at least make something. That's how it works, right? So their return on investment is not all that big. Do they make enough money to consider it a success? Yeah, absolutely they do. But that is the farthest thing from a cash grab. They're still paying money out the ass for all this stuff. And then they have to make the money back first and foremost to make sure that everything they spent on the licenses and permissions and everything else is taken care of. And then they go, okay, we've paid off our debts. We've paid off everything that we used to pay for. Now we're starting to actually make money. Now we're actually in the black. Because if they didn't, they'd just constantly be in the red. Bookkeeping wise, they'd absolutely be in the red. 100% all the time. Company would go up. That's all. That the company would literally just go tits up. Because nobody would want to touch a company where they don't have all of their booking and stuff like that in order and just go, oh yeah, no, we made like 300 million. Okay, where is it? Trust me, I don't like EA. I really don't care for EA, but I can tell you flat out that EA has to play by the rules, because if they don't, they're fucked. No, it's not. They don't get to renew the license for X amount of years. That's what I'm saying. They don't get to. This is the NFL that we're talking about. Today, somebody could be part of the Buccaneers, and then tomorrow that person could be part of the Patriots. That is a brand new licensing issue that comes up in a matter of 24 hours. That is a brand new licensing issue. Let's say Tom Brady was still going strong, right? Tom Brady, here's Tom Brady. He is the quarterback of the Patriots, right? Cool. So the first year, they have Tom Brady in there for their video game. Okay. But they have to pay for it next year, regardless of whether they have a Tom Brady model or not, because maybe Tom Brady was in a car accident and he looks older, or his facial features have changed. Maybe he's not as good as he once was. Maybe he's having a tough year. Maybe he's having all those. Everything counts. Every single time they touch something, they have to have a brand new license. That's how licensing works. Even the smallest thing has to have a license. The smallest, infinitesimally unimportant thing has to have a license for it. Absolutely everything. Perfect example. How long has Metal Gear Solid been off of PlayStation Network? Or, sorry, not PlayStation Network. How long has it been off of PS Plus? Because they took it down a few years ago, right? Before they did Master Collection Volume 1 and like all that other, and Metal Gear Solid Delta and all that stuff, right? The original Metal Gear Solid games that were on PlayStation Plus. How long were those gone for before we heard any news? And the reason is because their IP only allowed them to sit there and go, okay, we've got 800 different licenses. 50 of them we have to renew. Okay. And then they tried, and unfortunately, some of them, the companies don't even exist anymore, and they don't know who owns the rights to those cutscenes that they have to do. So now what? And those games still aren't back. They signed the license deal with the NFL in 2020 to last through 2026. That's an exclusivity deal. That is something completely different. And entire teams have changed locations during said time and trades and retires and so on. Yes, that is an exclusivity deal. There is a massive difference between an exclusivity deal and individual licenses that they have to pay for. You got to remember, every single player out in the NFL has a manager. That manager is going to want to get paid. So if somebody's likeness is going to be used in a fucking video game, you can bet your ass that somebody's getting paid for their likeness. Which means not only do they have to go through the NFL, they also have to go through all the different management for all of those players and coaches and assistant coaches and trainers and the cheerleaders. They have to get all the music rights for all the music that's used for those teams, for all the different, for the stuff that's being used for the NFL in general, for the new stuff that they want to bring in and they want to showcase. They have to get all of that stuff every single year. Every single year. The deal that they signed with the NFL in 2020 to last through next year is an exclusivity deal. That just means that that literally EA has paid to make sure that EA is the only one who makes football games. That's it. That's all that is. Just so happens that deal covers the rights to use the likeness of said players and teams at the time. At the time. That can change as quickly as 24 hours, and then you have to pay for a new license. You have to. You can have the license for Vinatieri being on the Patriots, but what happens if Vinatieri turns around tomorrow and goes to another team? That wasn't in the contract that they signed. So guess what? You have to pay for a new license for that shit. Legally, that's how it works. You cannot have a blanket license. You just can't. Okay, so they paid $1.5 billion. You know what that means? That literally means that they paid $1.5 billion to make sure that they are exclusively the only company out there that can sell Madden games. Legally. That's it. That's all it means. It means they have access to making sure that they can get the most up-to-date rosters, they can get the most up-to-date stuff, they can get the most up-to-date plays, they can get the most up-to-date music. They have access to it. Still have to pay for that shit, by the way, but they have access to it, and they are the only ones who have access to it. That's what that means. That's exactly what that means, because that's what EA was doing with Star Wars for the longest time, until the plug got pulled on them and Disney decided, no, we're not going to renew our contract with you because we want other companies to also work on Star Wars IPs. That was a massive loss for EA. Absolutely massive loss. All that stuff does is just guarantee that they're the only ones who can put out that product. kind of seem to be spending billions on that while people go hungry. But hey, I like video games, so, you know. No, I mean, I get it. It's totally fair. But at the same time, that's the name of the game. You got wheeler dealers out there, right? It's their entire job. Hey, let's close a deal to make sure that we are going to be specific to this company for X amount of time. They paid for it, so they're getting it. Right? That's what they do. Then they still have to pay to make the game. They have to pay to make sure all the licenses are in order. They have to pay to make sure that if anything changes, they know about it so they can get it out there as fast as fucking possible. They pay for the music. They pay for the likenesses and rights. They pay for all of that shit time and time and time and time and time again. And guess what? When the next year rolls around, they got to do it all over again. Because there could be 30 or 40 people that switch teams, right? Maybe they were just on a 1-year probationary thing for one team and one team didn't, you know, and that team didn't work out for them. So now they're back into the draft because now they're a free agent, right? Congratulations, free agent. Awesome. But now they have to make sure that that's updated in the video game so that you can take that free agent and you can sign them over to your team and you won't have to worry about it. Why? Because in reality, the motherfucker can go anywhere they want. They have to do all this shit constantly. That's America's gross unchecked capitalism in action. Why I enjoy capitalism but prefer it was balanced. I do too. So there's money changing hands a shit ton. Is it lazy that yes, they do take out certain things? Absolutely it is. Is it lazy for them to sit there and go, hey, guys, you know, we'd really love to sit there and like give you this person and so on, but we're going to have to charge you $20. It's a microtransaction because EA loves to do live service shit. They love to do live service shit. 100%. Do I consider it predatory? No. I don't consider it predatory whatsoever because predatory is what would absolutely make it a cash grab. It being predatory is 100% a cash grab. Absolutely. They give you the option, but you can do it by yourself. Who's to say in your gameplay in your playthrough of Madden NFL 25 that one of your favorite players who is on another team can't be brought over to your team with enough work? There's literally nothing stating that. Or if you really want, you can just, fuck it, I'll pay the $20. Why not? That's exactly my point. That's 100% my point. If you can edit all of the rosters and stuff like that, then what does it matter? Yeah, of course. Because they want to make it fair. Why is this even an issue? As much as I hate to say it, microtransactions are here to stay unless somebody outlaws them. I don't like microtransactions. I really, really, really don't. I think microtransactions is a very, very, very slippery slope down the hill to predatory charging. I think by nature it's incredibly predatory, but it depends on how it's used. And unfortunately, because of how it's used most of the time, it absolutely can be considered predatory. 100%. But the fact that the games cost God knows how many millions upon millions of dollars on the back end to make, and then the return on investment that they get is so incredibly small compared to the money that they put out and the money that they made back. I mean, I hate to say it, but that is the farthest thing from a cash grab. If anything, one of the biggest reasons why they do microtransactions, and I'm not defending it, but I understand it, is because less and less people are playing it. Players, teams, and associations have a deal that grant the NFL to use their likeness. EA pays the NFL $1.5 billion to have exclusive use of that. They don't have to pay individual people extra. They'll pay people and orgs individually for college football because there's no actual college league contract. No, actually, that's the weird thing now, and I screwed it up earlier. There is, because you had one of the biggest reasons why they didn't release college football for the PC is because there was no guarantee that people wouldn't mod in other goofy shit on top of the roster that's already there. So if somebody really wanted to shit on, say, like Tom Brady, they could sit there and they could make their own character, make them look like Tom Brady, and then just give them the worst fucking stats imaginable. Right? That's exactly why college football never, ever, ever made it to PC. And it's because of the stigma and the scandal associated with all of these football players having zero representation, and then people trying to start unions on top of it, specifically to make sure that, hey, these kids aren't making a whole hell of a lot of money. Sure, they have a shot at the NFL, assuming they 100%, do everything that's necessary, but even then it's only maybe 1% of 1% of all the different fucking players who actually get into the NFL. And that's literally the only thing that they have to look forward to, other than maybe the grab bag that they get, or the swag bag that they give them when they go to the Orange Bowl, right? You have a bunch of different players that aren't being represented by anybody, and they're not making any money. Meanwhile, the colleges are making hundreds of millions of dollars a year off of broadcasting people that are supposed to be playing for them and people who are supposed to be giants in their field and so on. And they're making nothing. That's why college football wasn't released for the PC, because in 5.5 minutes, you'd probably have somebody going in and changing everything because maybe some guy, pulled a prank on some kid while they were in high school, and that kid doesn't really like this one particular player. So now all of a sudden they can go online and all the stats are absolutely dog shit. That's why they didn't release college football. That swag bags are pretty cool. Yeah, no, I'm not saying the swag bags are bad. I'm saying that that's literally all they have, right? And you know as well as I do that, let's say you go to the Orange Bowl, right, as a player, and you get a brand new pair of Oakleys. Awesome. Those Oakleys can cost $200 to $300, maybe even more. Some of them do. Now try and resell those Oakleys. People are going to think one of two things. Either A, there's something wrong with them because you're selling them for such a low price because you're trying to get a couple of bucks, or B, they're just counterfeit. Right? But that's exactly why college football didn't make it to PC, because nobody wanted to take the chance of shit being added in without the players' consent, at the very least, who already are not making money at all. But yeah, that's exactly why they never made it to PC. Now, as far as their likenesses, sure, absolutely. But as I said before, the whole thing is their likenesses are based on the fact that, let's say, again, Tom Brady's going to stay with the Patriots for 10 years, right? If the expectation is Tom Brady's going to stay with the Patriots for 10 years, and then let's say in an alternate universe, Tom Brady said, nope, fuck this, and year 4 switched over to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, that's a brand new thing that they have to deal with now. Because at the time, Tom Brady was the latest and greatest, and literally one of the greatest of all time, and he just so happened to be on the Patriots. That was the selling point. Well, now the selling point's changed. Specifically for the NFL, EA has the right to do whatever they want with the games and appearances until they renew or lose the overarching contract with the NFL. Hopefully they make that $1.5 billion back and much more because of football super fans. But, and hang on, something is blocking the rest of it. I hate how this happens. Hang on. There we go. But, where was I? Okay, but they could just not make it back and then decide not to renew since they took a loss. Yep, I thought EA's deal with the NFL ran out like 10 years ago. No, they renew it every, like, I don't know, probably somewhere every, like, say, 6 to 10 years, depending on the contract. They renew it, but it's like the it's like the Star Wars thing. Right? For years and years and years, you couldn't get a Star Wars game anywhere else but EA. Right? And then after Jedi Fallen Order, was it Fallen? No, Jedi Survivor, or actually right before Jedi Survivor came out, they lost that contract with Disney. So now EA isn't the only game in town that is exclusive to Star Wars. And that was a massive, massive hit for them, too. That was a massive hit to them. Because, I mean, hell, think about it. You have FIFA until FIFA, you know, said go fuck yourself. You had Formula One, which I think they still might have. You have the NFL, which is another big one. And then you had Star Wars, arguably one of the most popularized excuse me, I choked on air. Arguably one of the most popularized franchises of all time that has managed to stay in the limelight for the better part of, like, what, 50 years? Something like that now. And within the last, like, 15 years or so, was sold for billions to one of the biggest companies in the world that has control over so much it's not even funny. That's a massive hit to take when you lose that contract. EA does still own Codemasters, which is the official F1 games. Oh, of course. Absolutely. Absolutely. They can do official Formula One games. 100%. I'm pretty sure they still have the license for Formula One, 100%. Yeah, F1 is also on a tear to popularize the sport. Oh God, yeah, 100% they are. They've been on a tear for quite a while, and to be fair, it's working. Property and use rights is so funny, especially with the stuff like Lord of the Rings, where you can have games and stories that are set in that universe, but they can't use any of the actual characters. Well, it's even more weird when you take a look at how things are done. So, for instance, and I found this out, this is like deep cut lore shit, okay? Does anybody who is old enough to have had and used a PlayStation 2 remember Lord of the Rings, The Two Towers, and Lord of the Rings, Return of the King? That one where it was kind of like a semi-isometric thing, but the camera angles change, where literally you could choose between Aragorn, Legolas, and Gimli and just kick the shit out of everything, right? Fun games, really hard, but fun games. Great. Where's Fellowship of the Ring? And by the way, I'm asking this because Fellowship of the Ring does exist, but not how we would go about it. It's not what you think. Right? Fellowship of the Ring is not Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings. Fellowship of the Ring was put out, and you want to talk about a cash grab, oh my God. It was put out specifically because they were trying to capitalize on the hype of Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings, but instead They make you do the most mundane fucking things to keep you in the game for as long as possible, so that there is absolutely no way whatsoever that you can turn around and return it. Because at the time, there were still stores out there that allowed you, within a certain period of time, usually like a week or so, to actually return a video game to that store and get your money back. So long as they could sit there and be like, oh, hey, you've had it for 2 weeks, tough shit. And Rapid Sloth coming in with a raid. Can we get a shout out for Rapid Sloth? Also, Dawn, it's good to see you, buddy. How you doing? Right? Back then, you could do that. You could absolutely do that. Can't do it now. That's why Steam has... no one ever needed to boot that giant steaming pile. No. That, like... Fellowship of the Ring was a disaster. Fellowship of the Ring was fucking terrible. Hated it. I played it for like maybe 3 hours and then just returned it to the video store because it was awful. And then the guy's like, what's wrong with it? I said, nothing. It's just an awful game. He goes, oh, well, do you want to get another game? Because you still got like 2 days. You still got like 2 days left on your rental. I'm like, fuck yes, I do. And I went and I got something else because it was so bad. No. Dawn, you don't need to try it. It's so bad. It is, like, literally, it is a game where people challenge the streamers who play it on Twitch to literally get past the first level. Yeah, but, okay. You missed it, because I know you guys came in just, like, slightly after I said it. Two Towers and Return of the King, okay, were Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings. Fellowship of the Ring was put out by a completely different developer that was trying to capitalize on the success of Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings by putting out Fellowship of the Ring, and it ended up being a cash grab because literally, you want to know what you do in the first level? You run around and you help the hobbits in Hobbiton try and do their everyday tasks, and then at the end of it, assuming you can find the end, you fight a tree. Not a treant, a tree. And you do this for like 4 hours, by the way. It doesn't even look remotely close to Two Towers and Return of the King because they didn't have the right to Peter Jackson's interpretation of Lord of the Rings. It's an awful game. I watched Germa play it, and it's terrible. Here, I'll bring it up. It really is fucking terrible. Germa, Fellowship of the Ring. We're not going to watch the whole 3 hours of it, but...
The Sackville Bagginses have been trying to take over this place for years. A shame to let them have
Look at that.
Indeed. And now I must go. I have much to attend to.
As do
How
I.
about that would ruin these fucking movies?
See that Samwise
That would
Gamgee
ruin
doesn't-
everything.
Or I will
They
tell
would
you
not
what's
get
what
nominated for
it's
any
over.
Academy Awards
You can
across the
trust
entire
Sam.
3 movies.
Oh, yes, not a word from Sam Gamgee, and that's for certain.
Once you leave, travel as Mr. Underhill. The name of Baggins is not safe outside the Shire. And do not use the ring, for it can corrupt the most innocent heart.
I understand.
Gandalf, how do you
Farewell,
use the
Gandalf.
ring?
Elves!
You just put it on.
I'm going to see elves!
Farewell, Frodo. I'll return by your birthday.
Oh, my birthday!
But Gandalf
I'm gonna
did
get
not come
Gandalf's
back.
coming to my
And as
birthday
the nights
party.
grew longer, I
you
decided
guys.
I might have to leave
You're
without
not
him.
coming
On
to
the
your
morning of my
birthday party.
birthday, September 22nd.
Look at how boring this
One
is.
final stroll around the Shire.
Also, thank you for the
What?
compliment on the avatar. That was all done by True, so big shout out to True because, yeah, he came up with all this. This was his idea, and I think it's great.
My home to
What?
reveal
Why is- what?
Sackville Baggins.
Scroll back up. What? That's happy birthday.
Yeah.
Baggins.
So what does he have to do in this particular thing? He has to say farewell to his neighbors and sell his home to Lobelia Sackville Baggins. When in Peter Jackson's Fellowship of the Ring did any of that happen?
Scroll back up. What? That's happy birthday. He's coming to my birthday. That's my birthday.
And this is the gameplay.
Stick in bag end.
This was an absolutely terrible, miserable fucking game. Oh, I'll get to the combat.
Wait, I don't want to miss any secrets. What? Hey, well, by the way, what qualifies as the first part of Lord of the Rings? Fellowship of the Ring. Getting out of the house here. This is the first level. Is getting out of the house. Find the deed to Bag End before leaving. Oh, shit.
So now he's going to walk around the house and find the deed to Bag End before leaving. Interwebs wanting to go all doom-a-flicky, plus I've been up since 6. Oh boy.
Is there a sprint? This is a fucking ugly-ass game.
Even, literally, Jerma has played some of the worst fucking games in video game history, and even he's going, this is an ugly fucking game.
Yes, I know. It is PlayStation 2. I know. But it's pretty ugly. He's gonna quit it. He's gonna quit. Oh, no. No, I'm not gonna quit. I can't...
The One Ring is in this chest. I'd best leave it here until I sell Bag
He
End.
sells his house?
Yeah, so he's got to sell Bag End, but in order to do that, he's got to go talk to whatever the fuck her name was, one of the Sackville Bagginses, to sell his house to her. But before he can do that, he has to grab the deed to the house. Then once he sells the house to her, he can come back and grab the ring and then go on his adventure after he gets through the first part of the game. This is just riveting gameplay, is it not?
I don't... Wait, hold on. Frodo sells his house in Fellowship of the Ring? Where's the deed to the house?
Which, by the way, no, he doesn't, because at the end of Lord of the Rings, he goes back to Bag End.
You never watched the movie? Yes, I did. I don't remember like them being a house sale. You didn't read the books. No, I didn't read the books. Because...
Oh, perfect, actually. This is great. Look at this. So, you see the font and how... I remember the Two Towers start at the flashback, Isildur, and the Slow Some More. Yeah. But look at the font of this, right? Look at the font of this. Now, I'll do this. Lord of the Rings... Yeah, sure, fuck it. Fellowship of the Ring. Why not? 2001. God, that is an absolutely shit image. Why does everything have to be, like, absolutely crap when it comes to images? I'll never understand that. Okay. This is the font for Lord of the Rings, right? We've all known them. We all know them. We've all seen them. They're fantastic movies. Everybody knows this. Yada, yada, yada. Great. This is as close as they felt that they could get to capitalizing on the Lord of the Ring, the Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings font that they could get away with without being sued. That's what this is.
Bring your best stick, Mary. I love food. Look at how useful I am.
Calling after him. Bilbo put on the ring and vanished. We kept our eyes open after that. We spied on
Mary,
him.
I'm going to eat double the rations from our troop.
Until he got caught.
Useful.
And Gandalf did say, take those as you can trust.
It seems I can't trust anyone.
You can trust us to stick with you to the bitter end.
We've kept your secret better than you did.
But you can't trust us to let you face danger alone.
Even though we're horribly afraid.
He's
we're
not
coming with you.
C-3PO?
Or following after like hounds.
Master Frodo.
Dogs!
No,
Yes,
Sam.
they are.
Hounds.
Please.
Maggots, dogs! They're coming!
Are you honestly trying to tell me that Merry and Pippin are not the C-3PO of Lord of the Rings?
By the sound of it.
So much for stealing some mushrooms before we...
Are you out of your mind?
What's all this chatter at this hour of the night? Speak up.
Good evening.
Yeah, let's go. Look at how fucking long this thing lasts.
I don't feel fulfilled at all.
Merry,
Bits.
Pippin, Sam, where are you?
Oh wait, what happened?
Oi! Frodo! We're over here.
What do you mean? Did I get cutscened out of the
And
first level?
lost by the looks of it. These trees have a mind of their own.
Stay where you are. I'll find you.
What in the ass flavor of Middle Earth is this? This is the absolutely god-awful, miserable piece of crap Lord of the Rings Fellowship of the Ring for the PlayStation 2 before Two Towers and Return of the King came out, which were really, really good. But this is a company trying to capitalize on the success of the movies, so they made a game out of absolutely nothing. Here's your combat.
Alright, I hit his hand.
I told you, they're not fighting a tree ant. They're literally fighting a tree.
He's got me every time, man. That wasn't even close. That's not even hitting me.
This is the end of the first part, by the way. Truly the precursor to Dark Souls.
I can't even hurt him.
Stop!
Use gold pine resin. Why can't I hurt him? Should I just put the ring on and attack him or something? I'm invisible. You can't see me. All right, so you can't see me. So grab him. Can I get up here? Take it off, take it off, take it off.
So it allows you to go invisible, but you can't do shit.
Fucking most celebrated franchise in all of human history. Keep hitting the hand. I hit the hand like 20 times and not 1 point of damage.
This is utter dog shit, isn't it? He just got triple teamed by twigs. Quadruple. Okay, we lost count. He's just getting his ass handed to him.
Can you ever even imagine, like, playing this? I would cry. if I was a kid.
I played 3 hours of this and went,
Walk
fuck
on the
this, and
poles.
returned this to the
Alright,
video
I'm
store.
do I need to zoom in and show you this? You gotta check your glasses on this one. All right, don't step on the hole. Sure, I won't do that. Oh, that's interesting.
Don't step on the
Zoom
hole.
in? Should I zoom into that so we can see?
There was no hole.
Zoom in. Let's take a look. I just have to get lucky and be flown over here. This is the equivalent of dying to Pinwheel. Do you need me to zoom in? I'll zoom in. Stay in the grass, not the dirt. I can't go anywhere. I'm fucked. I think I have... Duck it. See? You see what I have to do? I have to trigger that cutscene so I appear in front of him.
How bad is this? Like... This is literally worse than Bed of Chaos.
Hit the hand. Do you need me to zoom in? Do you need me to zoom in? You need me to zoom in on the hand. Hit the hand. Look at the HP bar. You need me to zoom in for you? HP bar. Look. Want to zoom in?
This up here is the enemy's HP bar. He's hit it twice and it hasn't even budged.
Stop! Stop it!
How did I get hit? I haven't moved.
Not quite as bad as Superman 64, but close, yeah. Holy hitboxes, yep. You have attacked Old Man Willow's trunk one too many times. Merry and Pippin have perished. You have failed to save your companions.
I missed his hand. I hit him in the armpit. Fuck.
Now he's gonna do it all over again.
I was trying to time it so it was instant frame perfect.
We're at 2 hours, 48 minutes, and 37 seconds. He goes... till... let me see. Is it here? No, I don't think so. Okay, so he goes till literally 2 hours. He does this for another 10 minutes. We've already been watching, roughly, for about 13. Because this boss is just ass. So he finally beats the thing.
Money equals my student loan debt if you stop playing this game. Pay your student loans, don't pay me.
Where be you a-going to?
Where did you come from?
Like a bellows? What's the matter then? Come now, tell me what's your trouble.
My friends are caught in that willow tree.
You don't...
Being crushed.
You don't even get to kill the boss. The guy just shows up.
Willow, I know the rhyme for him. I'll chat his marrow cold if he don't behave himself. You let them out again, old man Willow. You should not be waking. Eat earth, drink water, go to sleep. Bombadil is talking.
And that's it.
Babaldi.
Yes. Thank you very much.
Meanwhile, I forgot about this part. Hang on. I know it's hard to see. Let me see if I can find it here. Because he's just going to keep trying. Okay. I know it's really, really hard to see. But Frodo is currently fighting a tree with a stick. That is your weapon during this boss fight, which, by the way, you don't even get to complete because Tom Bombadil comes out of nowhere and sings a song and the tree burps. And Merry and Pippin come out. That's it. How awful is this?
Hit the hand. Do you need me to zoom in? Do you need me to zoom in? You need me to zoom in on the hand. Hit the hand. Look at the HP bar. You need me to zoom in for you?
The ultimate weapon,
HP bar.
yes.
Want to zoom in?
Stop it. The sooner we find lilies, the sooner we can eat.
The sooner we find lilies, the sooner... Why are you eating flowers, sir? Now we have to go find lilies.
Look at that stride. Find 12 lilies.
12! This is bad. Like, this is really bad.
Okay, I love this comment. Okay, we're done now, please. Okay, we're done.
He comes back. After being free and clear, he comes back to getting his shit pushed in by a spider.
Excuse me? Excuse me?
Your lilies have not blossomed yet, Sag.
Is he people? Tom, turn around. Tom, there's a spider
chasing out.
Tom, look behind you, quick. Oh no, he has ear pods in. He can't hear us. Okay, where did these all come from? What the fuck?
They're gonna? I hope so.
Lilies. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. I don't know if we'll be doing this one. How many is this one here? No, Jesus. Jesus Christ. Why is the entire hive coming after us?
Just waiting on buds to open? That's fair. Look at how awful this is.
Okay, I feel like I'm playing like Dragon Age. This is just dog shit Dragon Age with no pause. We did it! Nice job, guys! You did a great job. Quick, turn it off. Turn it off, turn it off, turn it off.
He's just reading chat. Now he has to go find 9 more water lilies.
Go.
I'm just skipping through.
In a game, it's not And your friend never plays again past level 12.
Yep.
And you knew that was gonna happen.
Yep.
You knew it. But you tried anyway.
This was so bad.
Okay. Come on. Oh, and then
Still looking for lilies. Oh, there we go.
Fair lilies for the fair river daughter. Come, let us go to meet her.
okay. I did it. They were doing them for the Lord. No. They definitely
He'd be
were
better
not.
off looking for a little girl's shoe. Yes, he would. 100%. Because it wouldn't have taken him 4 hours.
How long is this game?
Come, dear folk, laugh and be merry. I am Goldberry, Doctor of the River.
Here's my goldberry.
You are still afraid, perhaps, of mist
What?
and tree shadows. Fear nothing, for tonight.
Hold on, this game is
you are
only
under
5
the
hours
roof
long?
of Tom Bombadil.
Who are you?
Eh, what? Don't you know
Are you
my
serious?
name? It's the only answer. For who are you without your name? But you are young and I am old. Eldest, that's what
No, I'm not gonna
I
beat it. I'm just
Tom
saying.
was here
That's.
before
I
the river
thought it was gonna be
and
longer than that.
trees. Tom remembers the first raindrop, the first big people, and the first little people. He was here before kings.
Speaking
and
of World of
pale
Warcraft,
whites,
that is
before the elves
a
passed westward,
default
and before the seas were bent,
mage, like level
before
2
the
green
Dark Lord
that
came
she's
from
wearing.
outside.
You're gonna go dream of
Actually,
being rich and anonymous. Oh boy. You're gonna go... I want to be rich and anonymous. Also, it's really early for you. You're usually on here for another 2 hours.
I'm done. I did it. I'm already done. I'm not even playing right now. This is one of those games where if you stop playing,
You're doing it wrong.
Mario,
I
it's like
know.
doing weird animations and shit. I'm not doing this.
Gonna go listen to an audiobook. Ooh, what audiobook?
I have no idea where I'm going. Double or nothing? No. That's not how this works. No, I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. That's it, I'm done. I'm done. I just left him. Fuck him. Bye. Still alive.
What audiobook are you listening to, Spoiled?
What's next?
I'm probably pronouncing this wrong. The Kybalion?
Just in case I ever decide to come back. I might decide to come back one day.
Spoilers. He says he might decide to come back to this one day. This was 5 years ago. People still have not seen any more Fellowship of the Ring in 5 years. It's more important who is reading it and whether I can stomach an hour or more of their voice. I don't even know what it is, let alone who's reading it. I have zero idea. Here, let me do this. Hang on. Oh my god, I forgot there was a game called Black. I completely forgot about that. Holy shit. That's a blast from the past. It was actually a really decent FPS, too. Alright, let's do this. You're not missing anything. What is it? What is it, like the history of basket weaving? Because that sounds pretty awful. Not for you, no. Okay, but what is it about? still don't know what it's about. Not telling you also I'm gonna fucking, you know what? I'm gonna find out in a second as soon as we're done loading. I will derail this stream so fast because everybody else loves to do it anyway. So fuck it. I'm gonna type in the Kybalion and I'm gonna see. I'm gonna read the description. That's what I'm gonna do. You know, assuming the game ever loads. One of those deals. I'm gonna read the fucking description. You'll get nothing out of it. That's okay. Wikipedia is really, really good for plot. Hang on. Wikipedia is awesome for plot. Give me a second. Hard pass. Hard pass. I love that. Hang on. Let me see here. What is it? A book by William Walker Atkinson. Oh boy. It is the full title, The Kybalion, a study of the Hermetic philosophy of ancient Egypt and Greece. He's as exciting as he sounds. He sounds lovely. While it shares with ancient medieval Hermetic texts a number of traits such as philosophical mentalism, the concept of as above, so below, and the idea that everything consists of gendered polar opposites as a whole, it is more indebted to the ideas of modern occultist authors, especially those of the New Thought movement to which Atkinson belonged. A modern Hermetic tract, it has been widely influential in New Age circles since the 20th century. Oh boy. And then you have the 7 Hermetic principles, which you got the principle of mentalism, the principle of correspondence, the principle of vibration. Bet you that's a fun one. The principle of polarity, the principle of rhythm, the principle of cause and effect, and the principle of gender. Ooh. Relation to ancient... Okay, I gotta show you this. This is... Oof. According to a cult writer, Mitch Horowitz, the philosophical mentalism, the primacy of the mind as the active cause of things, describes the Kybalion's first principle was inspired by broadly similar notions in the ancient Greek Hermetica. Nicholas E. Chappell notes that while several aspects such as the philosophical mentalism, the concept of as above so below, as derived from the Emerald Tablet, and the idea that everything exists as pairs of gendered polar opposites do have a background in ancient and medieval Hermetic texts, other aspects such as the principle of vibration, again, fun, which originates in the philosophy of David Hartley from 1705 to 1757, are not related to Hermeticism. Chappell also points out that there are a number of stark contrasts between the Kybalion and the traditional Hermetica, such as the Kybalion's anti-theological stance versus the heavy emphasis on theology in the Hermetica, or the Kybalion's focus on the practitioner's mental transmutation versus the traditional Hermetica's preoccupation with reverence for and unification with the divine. Chappell concludes that as a whole, the Kybalion is too bound up with early 20th century ideas emanating from the New Thought movement to be representative of the broader historical tradition of Hermetic philosophy. That is a whole lot of words for okay. That is a whole lot of words in 3 paragraphs to just say this book is kind of bullshit. That's kind of what Mitch Horowitz and Nicholas E. Chappell are saying. This book is kind of bullshit. That's all they're saying. No, it's actually quite stupid. Let me get my parade umbrella. The piss is coming. No, I just think it's really, really funny that sometimes you get Wikipedia and they're really, really, really gung-ho on, like, making sure that they're, like, short, sweet, and concise. And then other times like that, because I've seen it before, where you have, like, anywhere between 3 to 8 paragraphs where literally all somebody has to do is just sum it up and go, oh, okay, so they think it's dumb. Got it. I really feel like that's one of the funniest damn things. Okay, we just run. That's all we do. We run. Ow. Nope, we run. We just keep running. I remember this part. We just run. Ah, fuck. I forgot about the slow-mo thing. We just run. Just keep running. That's what we do. Going here, up the stairs. Not what they were saying. They were pointing out the difference. Well, no, because at the end, it was specifically stated that what the dude was trying to get through in his book, there were aspects of it that don't make any sense because they're not even from the thing he's talking about. There we go. Okay, keep going. Just run it. Nope, bye. Nope, go fuck yourself. Not dealing with your bullshit. Because I've already spent hours on this part of the game, and I'm not gonna lie, this part of the game is not the most fun thing in the world. Excuse me. Whoo. Yes, please rest. It resets everything. Oh, Tay. A guy in 3 paragraphs on Wikipedia pissed over 6 hours of reading he didn't do, bro. No, that's why I find it funny. That's exactly why I find it funny. It's not because it's got nothing to do with the fact that the book itself sucks or is bullshit. It's everything to do with how sometimes you have people who just keep going on and on and on Wikipedia to basically have somebody just sum it up and go, oh, so they're just saying that it's bullshit, versus other times on Wikipedia where it's like, well, these two people disagree and they say that it's bullshit because this doesn't fit here. I just always found that really funny with Wikipedia. I have no idea what the book entails. It's more along the lines of it being funny that Wikipedia allows shit like that to happen. Nope. Also, have yourself a good night, spoiled. Jumping up. I'm just running this. I don't give a shit. This pagoda sucks donkey nuts, and I want zero part of it. Excuse me. Ow. Holy fuck. Don't, no. Just let me go. Just let me go. I promise I'll be good. Just let me go. Ow. Cock. No! Fuck! That's okay. We did hit the thing. So I'm not too worried about it. I don't have to start from the bottom. Okay, ready, go. Ah, oh, god damn it. Oh! No, 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 no. No, nope. Fuck this. Just hit me. Just knock me off. Kill me, please. I don't want to deal with this. This is gonna suck. This is the only level so far where I haven't cared enough. Oh, you fuck nugget. Oh my god. Sweet Jesus. I just want to get through this. I don't want to deal with this level anymore. This level's awful. I don't care what you have to say. What are you doing? Just go! Fuck you! Eat my ass. I don't want to be here. Holy shit. No. Ow! Stop it! We're running. We're still running. Still definitely running. Okay, that's not good. I can't fucking make that. What are you, high? Okay, well. That's kind of a disaster. I'll just fall off and die now. It's fine. No, I just want to fall off and die. No, Just let me fall off. Just kill me. Please, somebody, do a thing. Do a flip. Tame a Spino. I don't give a shit. Your whole job is to hit me and shoot rockets at me, and you missed. Okay. Oh, I'm about to get fucked again, aren't I? Haha, missed. Not dealing with your shit. Missed me, fucker. Ow. Okay, you didn't miss me on that one. Holy fuck, dude. Jesus. Ah. Fucking eat my ass, dude. Just run. That's all you gotta do. Just fucking run. That's it. Just keep running. Don't stop. Ever. Don't ever stop. Nope. Oh, you... Veggie chili. Ooh, okay. I'm gonna have to stop every, like, 30 fucking feet. Hang on. Hang on. Wrong thing. Hang on. What in the fucking shit-ass piece of fuck nugget crap is this? Oh. And this fucking guy. Oh, no, no, no. Okay. Okay. No, no. Keep going. Oh. That is not a door. That is the opposite of a... Oh, shit. That's the opposite of a door. Where do I... Oh, shit. I gotta go the other way. Okay. Oh. Just run. Please. I like games too, but that night was fun. No, I do want to do more of that stuff. Absolutely. Oh, thank God. I absolutely want to do more of that stuff for sure. Yes, rest and reset everybody. For the love of God. That was awful and everything sucked. I don't care if I'm going into this underleveled. I would rather do this underleveled than ever go through that gauntlet again. Oh, he looks fun. Oh, good. Okay, well that didn't... Oh, God, what are you doing? Sir? sir. What in the fuck? Holy shit, dude. That's the wrong button. There we go. Ow. What in the shit, dick? What the fuck, dude? Holy shit nuggets. Holy Jesus. Okay, well, not bad for the first time. Although I had absolutely no idea what was going on. What in the fuck, dude? Oh, fuck. That would have been great, and I missed it. Oh god, not this. Oh. Oh god. And now I'm toast. Oh, Jesus. I have absolutely zero idea what I'm doing on this boss. This is insane. This is absolutely fucking insane. Doing the mic? Oh, okay. All right. Let's try and do this again, shall we? Ow. Oh, fuck you. Oh. Oh my god, that is absolutely craptastic. Holy shit. Okay, wait till he's done his bullshit. Or not. The fuck are these guys doing? Oh, fuck off. That's horse shit. I had him. Oh, it's this time, huh? That's not what I wanted to do. That's awful. Jesus. Okay, I'm out. That's bad. Wow. Holy shit. Yeah, no, this dude is insane, Don. I can get him down to like half? Somewhere around there, question mark? Want to update it? Yeah, let me... Hang on. Let me see. I gotta do this. Sorry. Okay, let me see. Okay, so I gotta go to the thing. Hang on. Why is the... Okay, that's weird. Go away when you upload. I don't know why Discord does... Oh, because it's Discord. That's all. Okay. Bring this up. And then I gotta do this. Yeah. Oh, Jesus. Why is that so big? There. Okay. Good. Go back here. Yes. Okay. That's not what I want. Go in here. Good. And it is this. Okay, that's good. And then go to here. Here. Save. Nice. Okay, that should have taken effect. It did. Cool. And thank you, True. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I like that. That's definitely a lot better. I didn't mind the other one at all. I was like, I mean, oh well, you know, whatever. So the mic, you know, the mic boom goes into like nothing. It's not a big deal. But now I can see the difference. Really, really good. What in the shit? Okay. Good to know it doesn't matter. Good to know. Okay, well, all that did was hurt me, so good job, me. Ow. That's right, motherfucker. Ow. Uh-oh. Wouldn't let me dodge. Jesus. Hey, Blue. Oh, fuck. I didn't jump soon enough. That's a new PB. How you doing, Blue? How are things, buddy? That's why I say that I have to go. I'm not Seth? Oh. Wait, who the fuck is Seth? Jesus. What in the fuck is going on? Hello? Ow! Come on. Lay down and die. Shit. I'm not entirely sure what hits me there. I really have no idea what it is that's hitting me there. But I didn't have anything else, so I was like, okay, well, fuck. You know, a great day or whatever it is you're having. Going to bed, Sophia? Dodge at the right time to avoid damage here? Well, yeah, the first time I jumped... Hang on. Let me see something really quick. I'll send it as a blue outline. Excuse me. When you talk to, if you like that. So I like it on Adam. I definitely like it on Adam. When it's on Adam, it's actually really good. I actually really do like it because it's really stupid, but it kind of gives Adam that, like, what's the best way to describe it? It's okay. It's like, you know, you haven't seen, right? Actually, hang on. What's the best way to put it? Okay. So it's like, you know how, like, everybody sits there and they remember something and it's typically greater than what it is because you just have, like, really fond memories of it kind of deal. It kind of helps out in that aspect. And then you see his mouth and you just break out laughing because the mouth looks so stupid, which is really funny, right? So it's like you get a double whammy because you're sitting there, you go, oh wow, holy shit. You know, Adam looks so great, and then you notice his mouth, and you just, like, fucking laugh your ass off because here he is, you know, whether he's looking like a paladin or he's looking like a cowboy or a space marine or a samurai or whatever, and then he's got this stupid little mouth, and it's like, what the fuck is going on? That's what I actually really like about the one with Adam. Okay, let him go. Crazy Pants McGee. Ow. Excuse me. Come on, get up. That's horseshit. I dodged that. That's horseshit too. Absolutely dodged that one. I'm gonna try the dodge. I don't know how it's gonna go. See, I don't need to do much of anything there. Really? I have no idea how he can hit me while firing a laser through his shoulder. That is insane. That is absolute insanity. Boss is extremely it's something. I'm not entirely sure what, but it's definitely something. No, not brew. That's the wrong one. Increases attack. I like that. And increases crit hit. Snakehead Mushroom and Purple Lingji. Snakehead Mushroom and Aged Ginseng. Shit. So if I use all of those, it's going to be 7, so I can do 3 and 4. Do 3. Do 4. Good. Set spells. No, that's not what I want. Wrong thing. can I? Ooh, I can. Okay. Well, I mean, at least on this guy I can. Where is Big Boy? He needs 9,000. I need a Knot of Voidness. Oh. Well, that's kind of a bummer. Let me see here. Make medicines. Okay, hang on. Let me see what I need here. I keep doing brew. There. Originally, I made a full screen intermission sort of thing instead of it taking up more of the screen, unlike this one, so I said, oh, okay. So, let me see here. So, we've got increases attack, and I need snakehead mushrooms, aged ginseng, licorice, jade lotus. Okay, so snakehead mushroom, aged ginseng, licorice, and jade lotus. There's snakehead mushroom. That's not bad. Can make... Wow, I can make 10 of those. And I can make 10 of those. What do I need on here? Licorice and Jade Lotus, which they didn't have, which is a bummer. Considerably increases maximum health for a long duration. Well, yeah, that would be really nice, actually. But I don't have any licorice. I can do 10 of each, so we'll do 5 more. Yes. And we'll do 5. There. And then we'll go over here. Body cooling. Tiger subduing pellets. Amplification. Okay. Here. Do this. Here. Do this. So, shock quelling, amplification, tiger subduing. Ugh, I hit the wrong button. I feel like having a webcam with a background instead of this one with no background, so it doesn't get in the way of much like the one with a background would. I actually liked the background. I thought the background was really cool. So, let me see. We've got square. So, triangle is... No, I don't want triangle. I want square, circle, and X. Okay. Well, no. I don't want square... Sorry. Square, circle, and X is all the, the other things. I want left, right, and down. That's what I want. Okay. So now, what is new curio? Hang on, what is this? Inflicts considerably more damage bonus on enemies at critical health. Okay. I'm not seeing anything new, though. But it says new curio obtained. No. Unless they're talking about these guys, which I don't think they are. So what is this new curio thing? I don't understand what the curio thing is. Moderately increases stamina recovery rate. Okay. Increases defense. Increases crit hit chance. In chilled... What is chilled state? I don't know. If I'm being honest, I have no idea what most of this means. But I got rid of the curio thing, so there you have it. Okay. So right, left, down. Gotcha. Okay. Oh, shit. That's what it is. Okay. Ow! What in the fuck? Yeah. That's what it is. And I have no health. Jesus. Imagine getting a bee sting in the exact same spot over and over until you die. That's basically this boss. I mean, you're not wrong. Hang on, sorry. Okay, I don't know what the... Maybe my phone was just going insane? I have no idea. You're hanging on? Good. Yeah, I don't know what that was all about. That was really fucking weird. My phone just went off and it was like, oh yeah, subscription payment failed. And I'm like, subscription for what? Everything's already paid. But I think it was a, an older thing that finally got pushed through. Oh, I can't wait for MGS Delta either. That's gonna be so much fun. Now that was good. Holy shit. I knocked his ass down to below half. Holy fuck. Jesus. Wow, I fucked him up. That's okay. Or you could do that too, I guess. Ow. Fucker. Fuck. Oh. Oh my God. Oh, I can hit him. You know what it is, though? It's when his paws glow. That's what's really fucking me up. Also that. Damn it. God damn it. Ow. Fuck. There we go. Get fucked. Jesus. That extra crit hit stuff saved my ass. Big time. Yeah, the crit hit and the extra damage shit, that really saved my ass. Card outage? Card outage? What do you mean? Want to pay for something fair? Well, that sucks, dude. Yes, rest. There we go. That only took me, what, like 5-6 tries? Maybe 7? That wasn't bad at all, actually. I mean, the boss is kind of a cock, but that's only because he's just so sporadic with literally everything. Gotta love when a town's card system goes down and only takes cash, but the ATMs don't work either. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, that's not fun. That's for damn sure. But I can also kind of understand it too. Because it, like, here's the thing. It really sucks. And I think you'd be hard-pressed to find anybody who doesn't think it really, really sucks. But I can kind of understand it, because it's like, well, what happens when the ATM runs out of cash? Gotta start hoarding gold. And so, I mean, gold and silver aren't going to do fucking anything for you now, sadly. We're not even on the gold standard. You know what I always thought was really, really, really funny? I always thought it was really funny that you... And I always laughed at them. Do you guys remember, especially for those of us here in the States, do you remember those infomercials way back in the day where they were trying to get you to buy gold and silver? Who's... King said some places where he lives right now has gold standard, which is Florida. Yeah, but that's a federal thing. That's not a state thing, far as I know. Here, let me check real quick, because I need a fucking break after that anyway. Because that boss was not the worst thing in the world, but wasn't the most fun either. Let me, hang on, let me close these out really quick. Here, and then... let me see. No, Florida is not currently on the gold standard in the traditional sense of its currency being directly convertible to gold at a fixed price. However, Florida has recently taken significant steps to increase the use of gold and silver as legal tender alongside the US dollar. So they're closer than anybody else, but it still ain't all that close, basically. Florida has passed... Here, I don't know why I keep doing that. I'll show you. Florida has passed legislation recognizing gold and silver coins meeting specific purity standards as legal tender. This legislation allows for the electronic transfer of gold and silver. The purchase of qualifying gold and silver coins will be exempt from state sales tax. Businesses and private entities can choose whether or not to accept gold and silver for payments. However, government-affiliated financial services, including check cashers and money service providers, will be required to accept them. The goal is to allow these precious metals to function more like currency rather than just investment vehicles in response to concerns about inflation and the declining value of the dollar. It's important to note that Florida's law does not replace the US dollar, but offers a complementary choice. The implementing rules for the new law are still being drafted and need to be ratified by the legislature in 2026. The US dollar is still the dominant currency, and gold will remain an important asset in the global financial system, which it always has. While Florida's actions represent a move towards sound money principles and an alternative store of value, they do not constitute a full return to a traditional gold standard where the value of the currency is directly pegged to gold. So they're kind of, sort of, somewhat getting there. But they're definitely not, they're not on the gold standard. And I honestly didn't think so, because I was like, why would they go back to the gold standard? They're fucking people out of money left and right now. It works really well for them. Increases maximum mana. Yay. Millions of tons of gold found on both Pakistan and Uruguay like a month ago, let alone China like months. I'm not surprised that they have them. I'm not surprised at all, actually. Like, as much as I hate to say it, Pakistan's been, like... They've been really fucky. Like, really fucky. Like, they had a, It was actually really funny, because while this whole thing with India and Pakistan was going on, the Pakistani government decided to release a statement, I guess you could say, from like an admiral or something of the Pakistani Navy. And it was supposed to be a picture of, I think it was an aircraft carrier, a destroyer, and a submarine, like a nuclear submarine, right? Come to find out, and this happened like literally maybe 2 weeks ago. Come to find out, they photoshopped the photo of their supposed ships, and we know this because somebody was able to find the original photo, which was two Aegis cruisers and an aircraft carrier from the United States Navy of a picture that someone took in 2013, and they photoshopped out one of the cruisers and put a nuclear sub in. So, yeah, they do fucky shit all the time. Holy fuck. What's with this guy? Get him, boys. Jesus. Isn't Fort Knox theorized to be empty? I don't think it's empty. If I remember correctly, I could very well be wrong, but like, I don't think it's empty. I just think it's like, it's so low on reserves that like, that's one of the reasons why they went away from the gold standard, because there wasn't enough gold to back up anything that the government or literally anybody else was doing. Which is a massive pain in the balls and clusterfuck, but what are you gonna do? Musk said he was going to go literally for Fort Knox to see the gold. I wonder why that never happened. Because he's not a federal employee and he doesn't work for Fort Knox. That's why. And if I remember correctly, Fort Knox technically falls under the United States Army. It does not fall under the just federal government.
Who dares to breach our faith?
Excuse me. Supposed to be holding over half the reserve's gold supply, yeah. But when you get down below a certain point, it doesn't make any sense to keep it as the standard anymore, because you don't have enough to cover your debts, essentially. Right? Which is kind of the problem with the US, is that they have debts in the first place. Ooh, I have self-advance. What are you? Heavy attacks cost a focus point, deal additional damage to enemy based on their remaining health. What was this one? Each talent level slightly increases the damage dealt by charged, smash, heavy attacks. Oh, I need 2 for that. Okay. After a successful hit with Resolute Strike, performing another heavy attack that consumes a focus point executes a Skyfall Strike. The Destined One leverages his forward momentum, launching himself into the air with his staff to somersault forward, then unleashes a firm downward strike upon his enemy's head. Okay. Not apologizing for that categorization. Don't care if they're recruiting, blah, blah, blah. It ends up in the UAE either way. Refined Gold UAE is doing a war for the raw reserves at the moment. That makes the world go round. That is making me not want kids. That is making a lot of people not want kids. Understandably so, by the way. So it's either up the hill or over here. And why do I feel like this is going to be a boss fight? Ow! I forgot he did that. Holding around 147.3 million ounces of gold, which would be close to 450 billion. Yes. But think of it this way, right? $450 billion in cash. And hang on. Do this. Okay, the U.S. national debt is currently around 36.2 trillion. This represents the total amount of money the U.S. federal government has borrowed but not yet repaid. It's a sum of what the government owes to its creditors, including the public, foreign governments, and its own agencies. So if you have 450 billion, I mean, that's a lot of money. Don't get me wrong. That's almost $500 billion. That's literally almost $500 billion. That's insane. That's an insane amount of money. But you would have to have that 72 times before you reach what the current national debt is. So if we were on the gold standard right now, we'd be broke. You know what I mean? Like, that's insanity. That's absolute insanity. Approximately 70% of the U.S. debt is held by domestic financial actors and institutions within the United States. This includes entities like the Federal Reserve, Social Security, and private investors such as mutual funds, banks, and pension funds. The remaining 30% is held by foreign entities. Intergovernmental holdings. These are holdings within the federal government itself, like Social Security, which is legally required to invest in U.S. Treasury securities. How insane is that? Did you hear about that covert attack Ukraine pulled on Russia that's been going all over? It was actually kind of crazy and was apparently planned for years. Yes, I did hear about that. And actually, let me see if I can find the video. Actually, really, really, really cool. I'm just... all I want to do is find the fucking video of it. Oh, I think this might be it. I think. Hang on.
Ukraine.
Show me some of the stuff about that. It was awesome. So, hang on. Let me bring up something here. So you have... I think it was this. It might have been this. Hang on. Okay. So it's This one apparently... Okay, so... Now, let me see if I can find the actual fucking video. This might be it. Hang on.
Ukraine has launched a major drone attack inside Russia, hitting over 40 military aircraft, including strategic bombers. Ukrainian officials say the planes were responsible for bombing Ukrainian cities every night. The move comes as both countries are set to meet today in Istanbul for ceasefire talks. Meanwhile, Russia is dealing with more chaos to train.
So apparently, they hit 41 bombers. This does not look like the White Swan. This looks like the Tu-95 Bear because it's got the pylons underneath the wings. But apparently, these were the two bombers, two of the 41 bombers that were destroyed. These are the two types. So we have this guy, which is the White Swan, which is their answer to the B-1, the B-1 bomber, which is known as the Bone. This is ours. This is our version of it, the B-1 bomber. This thing can go Mach 2, and it's amazing, and it's swept wing, and it's a fantastic bomber. It's the Rockwell B-1 Lancer, also known as the Bone. They were originally supposed to come out with what was called the B-1R to further upgrade everything and make it more modern day, which would have been really funny because the B-1R people started calling the Boner. So that's what the White Swan is. The White Swan is their answer to the Bone or the Boner, right? I like calling it a Boner. I know the B-1R doesn't exist, but I like calling it the Boner. But it's a gorgeous plane. It goes Mach 2, and it's one of the only, I think there's like maybe less than 10 strategic bombers in the world that are supersonic, and this is one of them. Unfortunately, it's really, really expensive. And then the other one is the Tupolev Tu-95 Bear, which is basically their answer to the B-52. So those were the in the 41 bombers that were destroyed, those are the two types that were hit. And those are not easily replaced because those were both made under the Soviet era, and Russia has a really big problem with making a shit ton of stuff now. They used to be really, really good when they were the Soviet Union. But let me put it this way, right? Decided yesterday to affix nukes to our fighter planes too. Yeah. This is really, really funny, right? So let me put it this way. I'll do it this. Okay. How many tanks does Russia have? It is difficult to give an exact figure, but estimates suggest Russia has around 6,000 tanks in storage, with a maximum of 7,000 according to some OSINT analyses. This is an addition to the tanks that were already operational at the start of the war, estimated around 3,000. The ongoing war has led to significant losses, with estimates suggesting that Russia has lost a considerable portion of its tank fleet. Some analysts predict that Russia may be running out of easily restorable tanks. So they had roughly about 10,000 tanks before they started the war in Ukraine. Problem is, this 6,000, right, in storage are all from 40 fucking years ago, when they were still the USSR. So it's not like they can just go to the tank parts store and get what they need to refurbish it. You know what I mean? It's really, really, really weird. How Ukraine carried out a daring spiderweb attack on Russian bombers. Yeah, basically what they did is they were able to hide drones in the tops of semi-trucks. Not the truck itself, but the actual, like, cargo area. They basically made a false top, and they put it on the cargo thing for the trucks, and then those drove into a military base and then launched and then just started laying waste to all the bombers, which is awesome. It was an attack of astonishing ingenuity, unprecedented, broad, and 18 months in the making. On 1 June, more than 100 Ukraine drones struck air bases deep inside Russia, targeting nuclear-capable long-range bombers, such as the Bear and the Swan. The scale of the operation, dubbed Spiderweb, became clear almost as soon as it began, with explosions reported across several time zones all over Russia, as far north as Murmansk above the Arctic Circle, and as far east as the Amur region, over 8,000 kilometers from Ukraine. Russian Defense Ministry confirmed the attacks had occurred in 5 regions of Russia: Murmansk, Irkutsk, Ivanovo, Ryazan, and Amur, but stated planes had been damaged only in Murmansk and Irkutsk, while in other locations the attacks had been repelled. In photos released shortly after the attack, Vasyl Malyuk, head of Security Services of Ukraine, or SBU, can be seen looking at a satellite map of airfields in which the bases and the locations listed by Russia are clearly identifiable. Oh boy. Ooh, what? Oh, of course, I can't fucking... Okay. So this is definitely a white swan, which is cool. That's a vampire. That's a bear. So it's definitely the white swan and the bear that got hit. Those are the two biggins. Malyuk said the drones were smuggled into Russia inside wooden cabins mounted on the back of lorries and concealed below remotely operated detachable roofs. The lorries were then apparently driven to locations near air bases by drivers who were seemingly unaware of their cargo. Then the drones were launched and set upon their targets. Videos circulating online show drones emerging from the roof of one of the vehicles involved. One lorry driver, interviewed by Russian state outlet RN, which used to be all over YouTube, but they're not anymore. Also, by the way, the Russian state, if I remember correctly, was trying to sue Google for like $30 decillion, which is more than the accumulated wealth of the entire world, because they wouldn't allow RN on YouTube because RN was all about propaganda. So RN said he and the other drivers tried to knock down drones flying out of a lorry with rocks. They were in the back of the truck and we threw stones to keep them from flying up, to keep them pinned down, he said. According to unverified reports by Russian Telegram channel Baza, which is known for its links to the security services, the drivers of the lorries from which the drones took off all told similar stories of being booked by businessmen to deliver wooden cabins in various locations around Russia. So, yeah, so specially designed wooden cabins were smuggled into Russia. Drones were then hidden below detachable roofs, and then cabins were driven to targets where the drones were launched. Which is really funny. Kremlin troll farms are going real hard about the Russian bridge they built. As far as I can tell, it did kill some civvies, which sucks, but it wasn't intentional at all, and well, it's war. I mean, that's true. Sadly. Some of them said they then received further instructions over the phone on where to park the lorries. When they did so, they were stunned to see drones fly out of them. In a triumphant post shared on social media on Sunday night, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, who directly supervised the operation, said 117 drones had been used in the daring attack that took 1 year, 6 months, and 9 days to prepare. He also said one of the targeted locations was right next to one of the offices of the FSB Russian security services. Holy shit. That is insane. Russia said it detained people in the connection with the attack, although Zelensky stated the people who had helped facilitate the operation were withdrawn from Russian territory. They are now safe. In a now deleted Telegram post, local authorities from the city of Ust-Kut in the Irkutsk region said they were looking for a Ukrainian-born 37-year-old in connection with the drone attack on Belaya military airfield, or Belaya, I think. Images. Oh, yeah, here you go. So here's... They put a false roof on it, and they just packed the fucking things with drones. It's actually really smart. The images shared by the SBU show dozens of small black drones neatly stashed in wooden cabins inside a warehouse, which Russian military bloggers pinpointed to a location in Chelyabinsk. Oh, no shit. Hey, there you go. There's your Metal Gear Solid, there's a Metal Gear Solid connection right there. Holy shit. No, not Shagohod. No, this was Metal Gear Solid 2, when you had that dick general who got double-crossed at the beginning, or I should say at the end of the tanker mission with Snake, when Ocelot turns around and shoots him, but he was like, I am formerly of the... No, What did he say? Oh, yeah, something like, I'm formerly of the USSR in a place called Chelyabinsk 70. Olga's dad. That's kind of funny. Dr. Steve Wright, a UK-based drone expert, told the BBC the drones used to hit Russian aircraft were simple quadcopters carrying relatively heavy payloads. He added what made this attack quite extraordinary was the ability to smuggle them into Russia and then launch and command them remotely, which he concluded had been achieved through a link relayed through a satellite or the internet. Zelensky said each of the 117 drones launched had its own pilot. Chelyabinsk is where that socking great meteorite came down back when and broke everything. Was it? That's kind of cool. Dr. Wright also suggested it was likely the drones were able to fly in using GPS, but may have also overcome localized Russian jamming measures by manually piloting drones remotely. Kiev has not shared details on the origin of the drones, but since the start of the war, Ukraine has become extremely efficient at manufacturing them, and it is possible the ones used in this operation were produced at home. Which is insane, by the way. Russia has had very tangible losses, and justifiably so, said Zelensky in his nightly video address. According to Ukraine, 41 strategic bombers were hit and at least 13 destroyed. Moscow has not confirmed any losses of aircraft beyond saying that some planes had been damaged. Videos verified by the BBC show damaged aircraft at Olenogorsk, Olenogorsk Air Base in Murmansk, and Belaya Air Base in Irkutsk. Olenogorsk, here's another Metal Gear Solid one for you. This is actually Metal Gear Solid 3. Olenogorsk is the place where the Interceptor MiGs were coming from when Snake was fighting the boss and then chased them in the Ikranoplan across the lake. How insane is that? Strategic missile-carrying bombers targeting the attack are thought to be, among others, the Tu-95 Bear, the Tu-22, I'll have to look that one up, and the Tu-160 White Swan. Repairing them will be difficult, and because none are still in production, replacing them is impossible. I need to look up the Tu-22. Hang on. Tu-22. Okay, yeah, here we go. Yeah, so this thing's fucked too, which is really funny. So these are toast. Hang on, let me find a better picture. I don't need the history of them. Images. Jesus, thank you. Yeah, here we go. This is a Tu-22. So you got the Tu-22. You've got the Bear, and you've got the White Swan, all of which cannot be replaced, all of which are insanely rare, because all of these are at least 40 to 50 years old. You can't go to the manufacturers because they are quite literally, they don't exist anymore. And even if they did, they wouldn't have any fucking money since the fall of the Soviet Union. How insane is that? So 3 different bombers, and these are like, take out the fact that Russia is doing terrible, terrible things to Ukraine. Take out the fact that currently Russia is clearly the bad guy in this particular war. These planes are absolutely fucking gorgeous. You can't get these back. You absolutely, look at this. Like, that is insane. You can't get these back anymore. You just can't. World tried to be nice. Guess they want everyone to hate them. Simple as that. It's not even that they want everyone to hate them. They just want to control the world. That's what it is. Me personally, I have no problem going on record and saying that you quite literally have a world leader who is absolutely batshit fucking insane, and is nothing but a warmonger and really just wants to take over the world as much as he can before somebody either assassinates him or before he's finally ousted. I see Russia as the great enemy, and fuck them. Fair. But man, their World War II tanks and guns were so... I mean, there's so many cool things that came out of Russia. And so many really, really, really cool ideas that, I should say USSR, that came out of the USSR. These planes are perfect examples of what I'm talking about, right? This is a turboprop plane. Our B-52s, like, hang on, B-52, right? Our B-52s, this is a B-52, right? You can see it's got 8 engines. They're all jet engines, right? Strategic bomber. We've been using it for decades now. This thing should have been obsolete years ago and never was, because they still need them, right? But you can go to, essentially, because of how everything works, you not only have they modernized this time and time and time again, but you can essentially call up the makers of the B-52 and go, hey, we need parts. And then they go to the B-52 parts department and they go, okay, we got the parts, or okay, it's going to take a month for you to get the parts. And then they get the parts and the fucking thing is fixed or updated or maintained or whatever. You can't do that with this. And this is a turboprop plane, by the way, that actually, if I remember correctly, does go a little bit slower. I'd have to check. It does only go like a little bit slower, but it still can circumnavigate the globe. So these things are powerful. They're gorgeous. But yeah, you can't get this. You can't get this. You can't get this anymore. Once they're dead, they're dead. You can't get them. It doesn't stop with him, though. He dies. There will still be that animosity because they came of the back of a collapse and recollapsed after we introduced them to the world. If they want the world to stop being a dick, 1, mafioso on the lower hierarchies, 2, and then it's okay. Satellite image of the planes. Those planes are fucked. Oh yeah, they 100% are. Absolutely. Radar satellite imagery shared by Capella Space reveals at least 4 badly damaged or destroyed Russian long-range bombers in the Balaya airbase. This matches Ukrainian drone footage also showing an attack on a Tu-95. That's the Bear. According to the laws and customs of war, we have worked out absolutely legitimate targets, military airfields and aircraft that bomb our peaceful cities, said SBU head Vasil Malyuk. I want to go on. I actually really want to say this. Massive, massive, massive props to Ukraine for doing one thing specifically. It's not the operation itself. It's not the fact that they have fucked up and or destroyed 41 bombers. It's the fact that there were no civilians killed. There were 0 civilians killed. In that whole thing, 0. How insane is that? I mean, this is war, right? This is absolute war. Call me immortal, wouldn't matter to me. Well, here's why it's important, right? Here's why it's important. The reason why it's important is because there has always been a thing in war, or just battle in general, called collateral damage. Unfortunately, when they talk about collateral damage, they mean civilian buildings, civilian structures, civilian infrastructure, civilian industry, and civilians. When two sides go to war, it's automatically calculated by the big brains just how much collateral damage there is going to be. This is, if I can, like, in all honesty, this is the first time I can think of since I've been alive that it is confirmed that there is 0 collateral damage. And that's important because we've already seen time and time again that there are protests in Russia and that the people don't necessarily agree with it. And even if they do kind of agree with it to an extent, they really don't like how they're being treated because they can't voice their own opinions and so on and so forth. So it's not necessarily the Russian people, it's the government, which is why it's really, really, really important that Ukraine just doesn't firebomb the entire, as much of the country and just go scorched earth, because it's not the Russian people. It's literally the very, very tiny group of people at the top who are doing all of this. So do you think Russia isn't as capable as they're made out to be, or they're holding back? I honestly believe that if they could, they would have. I truly, honestly believe. I mean, think about it this way, right? They have a total of 10,000 tanks. 6,000 are in storage. Why haven't they brought any more out? Because they can't. Because they can't go to the tank parts store and just go, yes, I would like one tank part, please, and just put the fucking thing in and boom, new tank. They can't do that. They don't have the resources. The companies are gone, or they're in the shitter, or they're currently in the process of doing something else. So they can't just stop everything that they're doing and then go, yes, I'd like 6,000 more tanks. It's not going to happen. With the aircraft that were bombed, you also have, again, same problem. The Tu-22, the Tu-95, and the Tu-160 are insanely rare because the companies no longer exist. So you can't just go, yes, I'd like 4,000 more Tu-95s, please, because the company just, even if it exists still, which I think it does, I'm pretty sure Tupolev still exists, they don't have the resources, they don't have the money, and the other thing they don't have is time. So it's like, I think if they could have, they would. If they had the capability, they would have steamrolled Ukraine in like 3 days, but they don't have it. They, like, think about it this way. On paper, if you look at 10,000 tanks, here, let's just look it up. We already know that they said 10,000 tanks, right? So let me do this. How many military aircraft does Russia have? As of May 2025, Russia has a total of 4,292 military aircraft. This includes a variety of aircraft types such as fighter jets, helicopters, and attack craft. So they have just over 1,600 helicopters. They have 833 fighter aircraft, and they have 689 dedicated attack aircraft. The ongoing conflict in Ukraine has resulted in confirmed losses of Russian aircraft, which reports indicating that Ukraine is down 367 aircraft and 328 helicopters since the start of the war. So let me do this. So we got 4292 minus 367 minus another 328. So they're already down by almost 1,000 planes. Which means they're already down almost 25%. One quarter. They're almost down a quarter of their entire aircraft arsenal. Think about that. What's the odds Ukraine pokes them until they get nuked, or do you think Russia won't nuke a land they want to seize because of the costs? Well, here's the thing that you have to remember, right? And this is one of the reasons why I don't think they're going to nuke anybody. I don't think they're going to nuke anybody for the very real threat of the fact that you still have what is known as mutually assured destruction, right? Now, granted, that doesn't really get talked about all that much, but I guarantee you that you have U.S. forces, Israeli forces, British forces, French forces, basically anyone and everyone who is NATO that has nukes that right now are just waiting to hit the button if, God forbid, Russia decides to launch. And then the world's over in about 15 minutes. I don't think that's the smartest idea. I really don't think that's the smartest idea for them. Every military ship, Shadow Fleet ship, base, embassy, asset, gone. Yes. But what they will use and have used is thermobarics, which are like nuke light. Thermobarics are a little bit... They're insanely destructive, yes. But... I don't know. Ukraine just destroyed a third of Russia's nuclear triad. Yes. The UK alone has enough warheads on one of our submarines to waste every major city in Russia, and they know that. Well, not only that. Here, I'll show you one. No, actually, hang on. Is it Ohio? I think it's Ohio. There we go. There's the big boy. There's Ohio. These are all missiles, and it's double stack. So they've got one... Yeah, they got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9... 10, 11, 12. So they've got 24 missiles, okay, that can be ready for nuclear deployment with what is known as a MIRV, M-I-R-V, which is Multiple Independent Reentry Vehicle. So let's break this down, and I don't know what these are carrying, but let's just say each of these has 8 nuclear warheads. So what's 24 times 8? Let's just do it that way. One submarine can deliver 192 distinct nuclear explosions. One. Now, how many boomer subs does the U.S. have? They have 14 operational Ohio-class ballistic missile subs, also known as boomers. 3 subs form a key part of the U.S. nuclear triad, providing a survivable sea-based deterrent. The Columbia-class SSBN program is being developed to replace the Ohio-class in the coming years. So currently, we have 14 of these. So then you take 192 times 14, 192 times 14. That's 143. Try it again. Fat fingers. So that's 2,688 distinct nuclear explosions from less people than it takes to fill a baseball team. How insane is that? Logan and Jake Paul are from Ohio. That's enough to kill all of Russia with cringe. True. Now, there was also that very amusing event some time ago, too, where every single Russian ship in the world got pinged by a following American vessel just as a hello, we see you, all of you. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Now, let's do, how many boomer subs does the UK have? The Royal Navy has 4 nuclear-powered ballistic missile submarines, the Vanguard class, which are the UK's nuclear deterrent. These submarines carry the Trident II D5 nuclear missiles, according to Wikipedia. The Vanguard class is the UK's current fleet of ballistic missile submarines, with the Dreadnought class planned to replace them in the early 2030s, according to Wikipedia. So let's go to Wikipedia. Let's see what it can do. Design, development, and construction. Warheads. Okay, the warhead is a choice of 2 warhead yields, the highest of which is thought to be 100 kilotons of TNT, with a lower yield in the range of 0.3 to 10 kilotons. The UK government was sensitive to charges that the replacement of Polaris with Trident would involve an escalation in the numbers of British nuclear weapons. When the decision to purchase Trident II was announced in '82, it was stressed that while American Trident boats carried 24 missiles with 8 warheads each, wow, so I was actually spot on, a total of 192 warheads, British Trident boats would carry no more than 128 warheads, the same number as Polaris. In 1993, Secretary of State for Defense Malcolm Rifkind announced that each boat would deploy no more than 96. Okay, in 2010, this was reduced to a maximum of 40, split between 8 missiles. The consequent reduction in warhead production and refurbishment was estimated to save £22 million over a 10-year period. However, in 2021, Prime Minister Boris Johnson announced that the total number of warheads was being lifted from 180 to 260. That's insane. So, just between the United States and the UK, Russia would be a giant fucking mirror. What's that story about the Russian nuke sub that almost destroyed the world or whatever over a miscall? Over a miscall? Let me see. During the Cuban Missile Crisis, a Soviet submarine B-59 almost initiated a nuclear war. While the U.S. Navy was actively attempting to bring the sub to the surface, its commander, Valentin Savitsky, wanted to launch a nuclear torpedo. Chief of Staff Vasily Arkhipov, however, refused to authorize the launch, preventing a potential nuclear catastrophe. This incident highlights the close call and potential for nuclear war during the Cuban Missile Crisis. They were being gently depth charged to make them surface. Yeah, that's what they were trying to do. And if I remember correctly, that's also because that was one of the submarines that was trying to hide in the wash of 2 Soviet surface ships that were headed to Cuba, and the U.S. was ordered to try and bring the sub up because obviously a submarine is kind of a bad thing when it comes to destroyers. And then that's when all this happened. Probably more effective than yelling, "Come up here, comrade," down a great big funnel. This is true. Got a false alarm and thought they were under attack, but that chief of staff guy refused and even lost his job, I believe, over it. He was probably killed, as much as I hate to say that. You got to remember, this is 1960s Soviet Russia. People didn't just lose their job, they were disappeared. So I wouldn't be surprised in the slightest if it was one of those things where literally the chief of staff either A, lived only because of his connections and was never heard from again in terms of military career, or B, just disappeared. How insane is that? How absolutely insane is that? Do this. Involvement in the Cuban Missile Crisis. 1962, during the Cuban Missile Crisis, a group of 11 United States Navy destroyers and the aircraft carrier USS Randolph located the diesel-powered, nuclear-armed Foxtrot-class submarine B-59 near Cuba. B-59 was one of 4 Foxtrot submarines sent by the USSR to the area around Cuba to presumably protect the surface ships. Despite being in international waters, the United States Navy started dropping signaling depth charges, which were intended to force the submarine to come to the surface for identification. By then, there had been no contact from Moscow for a number of days, and although B-59's crew had been picking up U.S. civilian radio broadcasts, the submarine was too deep to monitor any radio traffic, as it was busy trying to hide from its American pursuers. Those on board did not know whether war had broken out or not. The captain of the submarine, Valentin Grigorovich Savitsky, decided that a war might already have started and wanted to launch a T-5 nuclear torpedo. Unlike other Soviet submarines armed with this special weapon, where only the captain and the political officer were required to authorize a nuclear launch, 3 officers on board the B-59 were required to authorize the launch because Arkhipov was also the chief of staff of the brigade, not the commander, as is often incorrectly reported, who was in fact Captain First Rank Vasily Nomovich Agafonov. The 3 men were Captain Savitsky, political officer Ivan Semyonovich Maslenikov, and executive officer Arkhipov. An argument broke out among the 3 of them, with only Arkhipov against the launch. Although Arkhipov was only second in command of B-59, he was also the chief of staff of the flotilla. According to author Edward Wilson, the reputation Arkhipov had gained from his courageous conduct of the previous year's K-19 incident played a large role in the debate to launch the torpedo. Arkhipov eventually persuaded Savitsky to surface and await orders from Moscow. His persuasion effectively averted a nuclear war that would probably have ensued if the nuclear weapon had been fired. The batteries of the B-59 ran very low and its air conditioning failed, which caused extreme and generated high levels of carbon dioxide inside the submarine. It surfaced amid the U.S. warships pursuing it and made contact with the U.S. destroyer. After discussions with the ship, B-59 was ordered by the Russian fleet to set course back to the Soviet Union. In 1997, Arkhipov wrote that after a surfacing, his submarine was fired on with warning shots by American aircraft. The plane flying over the conning tower 1 to 3 seconds before the start of the fire turned on powerful searchlights and blinded the people on the bridge. When the commander blinked and blinked his eyes and could see again, it became clear that the plane was firing past and along the boat. In the subsequent similar actions, there were 12 overflights altogether, were not as worrisome any longer. In 2024, Sergei Radchenko, a British historian, said in the interview that the evidence on Arkhipov's involvement in the Cuban Missile Crisis is based on the oral history published by Svetlana Savranskaya. When the Ministry of Defense in Russia in 2022 declassified materials related to the crisis, the material did not mention the Arkhipov incident. Geez, I wonder why. Maybe because he no longer exists. Immediately upon return to Russia, many crew members were faced with disgrace from their superiors. One admiral told them, "It would have been better if you'd gone down with your ship." Olga, Arkhipav's wife, said that he didn't like talking about it. He felt they hadn't appreciated what they had gone through. Each captain was required to present a report of events during the mission to Marshal Andrei Greco, who was substituted for the ill Soviet defense minister. Soviet military officials were infuriated when the crew's failure to follow their strict orders of secrecy, but this anger was mitigated when the Collegium learned that diesel-electric submarines had been involved, not, as originally planned, nuclear submarines. The diesel-electric subs were not so well suited for long-range voyages in the Caribbean waters as nuclear ones. Researcher Alexander Mozgovoy has written that when Grechko learned about this discrepancy, he removed his glasses and hit them against the table in fury, breaking them into small pieces and abruptly leaving the room after that. 2002, retired Commander Vadim Pavlovich Orlov, a participant in the events, held an interview revealing that the submarines were armed with nuclear torpedoes and that Arkhipov was the reason those weapons had not been fired. Orlov presented the events less dramatically, saying that Captain Savitsky lost his temper but eventually calmed down. Robert McNamara, U.S. Secretary of Defense at the time of the Cuban Missile Crisis, stated in 2002 that we came very, very close to nuclear war, closer than we knew at the time. Arthur Schlesinger Jr., an advisor for the JFK administration and historian, continued this thought by saying this was not only the most dangerous moment of the Cold War, it was the most dangerous moment in human history. Did he avoid a gulag holiday? We're going to find out. Later life and death. Arkhipov continued in Soviet Navy service. Okay, commanding submarines and later submarine squadrons. He was promoted to Rear Admiral in 1975 and became head of the Kirov Naval Academy. Arkhipov was promoted to Vice Admiral in 1981 and retired in 1988. He settled in Kupovna, which is incorporated into that big word, in 2004, where he died in August 1998. The radiation to which Arkhipov had been exposed in 1961 may have contributed to his kidney cancer, as it did for the illnesses of many others who served with him in the K-19 accident. No shit, he was in K-19. Nikolai Zaitiev, the commander of the submarine K-19 at the time of its onboard nuclear accident, died in 1998. Both Arkhipov and Zaitiev were 72 at the time of their deaths. There you go. So, sounds to me like he had some connections and just kept going, but then they kind of just sidelined him. Which, hey, you know what? Fuck it. He was known to be a shy and humble man. In a 2012 PBS documentary called The Man Who Saved the World, his wife Olga described him as an intelligent, polite, and very calm. Much of what is known about his personality comes from her. According to her, he enjoyed searching for newspapers during their vacations and tried to stay up to date with the modern world as much as possible. In this same interview, Olga alluded to her husband's possible superstitious beliefs as well. She recalls walking in on Vasily, burning a bundle of their love letters inside their house, and that he claimed that keeping the letters would mean bad luck. Damn. Well, there you go. So, yeah, that's actually kind of insane. Recognition of his actions on board B-59, Arkhipov received the first Future of Life Award, which was presented posthumously to his family in 2017. Offered by the Future of Life Institute, this award recognizes exceptional measures often performed despite personal risk and without obvious reward to safeguard the collective future of humanity. 2002, Thomas S. Blanton, director of the National Security Archives, said that Arkhipov saved the world. How insane is that? Yeah, so we came damn close in the Cuban Missile Crisis, that's for sure. We came damn close. How did you know about it? You saved the world. I don't want to live in. God. So yeah, I really don't feel like Russia's gonna go nuclear. I really don't. I think it'd be a really bad idea for them. There's an episode of Doctor Who that is based around this where he ends up on the sub this guy was on and helps prevent it. Fair. That's fine. Nothing wrong with that. Yeah, I really don't think Russia's going to go nuclear. I think that's not only a terrible fucking idea, But I also feel like when it comes to this stuff, that's also generally the worst thing that could possibly happen, right? Like if we woke up tomorrow and we found out that Russia nuked the Ukraine, I mean, honestly, as far as I'm concerned, I'd start putting my head between my legs and kissing my ass goodbye. I really would. Like, there are few things, even in war, mostly because I'm not in the middle of one personally, but there are a few things when you see war on television or, you know, hear the news reports or whatever that, like, genuinely scare me. But the one thing that absolutely does is nuclear war. Because nobody wants that. Literally nobody wants nuclear war. Because you got to remember, the problem with nukes is not necessarily the explosion, because nuclear explosions, although they can wipe out a fuck ton of people, hundreds of thousands, if not millions, especially with the stuff today, but that's just the initial. We also have to deal with all the fallout, right? That was kind of one of the big things in the Ukraine when it came to Chernobyl. It wasn't so much that Chernobyl exploded, it was that they couldn't control the amount of nuclear fallout that was coming out of the plant because it was still going critical. And that could have easily taken most of Eastern Europe as well as about half of Western Europe out. Imagine that. Because of a stupid accident, you could have had almost all of Europe gone. How much would that suck? You know what I mean? The prevailing winds over Ukraine are into Russia, so anything they drop here will blow right over Belgorod, etc. Yes. But again, Ukraine is doing everything that they possibly can to make sure that they attack military targets and military personnel and not civilians. If there is a nuke that goes off and those prevailing winds go into Belgorod, then you have God knows how many civilians that are going to be dealing with nuclear fallout, and now Russia's got a new problem. And I don't think that's one that they want. I think Putin would be assassinated by his own people before they'd let him nuke someone. Well, okay, here's kind of the problem with Putin. Putin's been around for a while, and I don't just mean as president. If we do this, I don't need this one anymore. So if we do this, right? Vladimir Putin, right? We do this. Putin worked as a KGB foreign intel officer for 16 years, rising to the rank of lieutenant colonel. He resigned in 91 to begin a political career in St. Petersburg. So literally the only reason he stopped being part of the KGB is because he wanted to become the president. That's it. And he became a lieutenant colonel in the KGB, which means even if he didn't bury the bodies, he knows where they're buried. He's a very, very influential and powerful man when it comes to the inner workings of the Russian government. He's very powerful. I agree, it's not only bad optically, but also strategically. It's not even necessarily strategically. That's the whole thing. It's that you are now you are blatantly putting the lives of other people who are civilians and have absolutely no say and no sway whatsoever in what is currently going on in the firing line with nuclear fallout. So now you have a massive global humanitarian crisis because Russia can't take care of itself. You have a global humanitarian crisis in your country that you started on top of a war that you started. That's really bad. That's really, really, really bad. I mean, think about that, right? Like, forget all the politics and everything right now, okay? Because I don't want to talk about politics or anything like that, right? But think about what would happen if the U.S. president did something to, say, Cuba. Let's say he nuked Cuba. Okay? Cool. Except, where's that fallout going to go? Well, it's going to go right into the Gulf of Mexico, not America. It's going right into the Gulf of Mexico, and then it's going to travel to Florida, to Texas, Louisiana, Arkansas, Alabama, Georgia. So now, in this hypothetical situation, okay, no, I mean the Gulf of Mexico, not the Gulf of the USA, the Gulf of Mexico. I don't give a fuck what he calls it. Okay. Florida, Georgia, Alabama, Arkansas, Louisiana, Texas are all fucked. You are talking about hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people that are literally going to get sick because of nuclear fallout that traveled in the prevailing winds. So now, on top of starting a war, you've also you literally indirectly killed hundreds of thousands of people in Cuba. Well, no, sorry, you directly killed hundreds of thousands of people in Cuba, and now you've also indirectly killed hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people in your own country that you run. That's essentially what would happen if Putin did that. Think about that. Like, that would be insane. Could you imagine if any country tried to invade the U.S. on land? There's so many places where they'd just be utterly fucked. No, that's it. Here's the thing. I hate when people go down this road typically, and the only reason why I do is specifically because people don't understand, generally speaking, but people don't understand that we are not going to be looking at Red Dawn turned real life. We're not. We never, ever, ever will. And I'll be more than happy to eat my own fucking shoe, okay, if that comes into play. However, the problem is that if you have something like Red Dawn, that literally means that the rest of the world is already fucked. Okay? Because you have to go past all the defenses, military defenses of the United States to get that much over here without anybody seeing you. No, he means if Mexico sends all the cartels in an infantry and has no navy and marches for California. I mean, that's easy. You just call in the National Guard. I mean, like, as much as I hate to put it this way, because I don't agree with everything that's going on the southern border, you have ATF agents, you have DEA agents, you have FBI agents, you have ICE agents, you have there's another one that I'm missing, but I can't remember what it is. You have all these federal agents, you have sheriff's departments, you have police departments, you have special state government departments, you have quite literally one phone call that you can make to go get the National Guard, which would be there in an instant. Not only do you have the National Guard on top of all that stuff, but God forbid anything like that ever got that bad, you could have the Marines, you could have the Army. Nobody coming in from the South would stand up to it. Zero. Literally zero. Right? There's no fucking way. Trump hinted at being willing to send in U.S. troops into Mexico to take down the cartel. Yeah, he's fucking absolutely retarded. Sorry to use that word, but he is. Anything that the cartel has is nothing compared to what we could send in. True. An invasion of the U.S. is not a credible threat from any direction. Now, massive civil unrest, though? Oh, yeah, massive civil unrest? Absolutely. But an actual full-scale invasion? No. No. You'd have to have somebody who's literally willing to die. You would. You'd have to have somebody who's literally willing to die before they ever plan anything like that out in power to actually do this. Even China couldn't pull that off as it stands. No. And China has one of the biggest standing armies in the world. Think about it. Like, here, let me put it this way. How large is China's army? 2.185 million active personnel. Okay? How many in the U.S. armed forces? 2.86 million. So just their army alone could literally stand up to everything the United States military has, person for person. And China would not try it. That's saying something. AC-130 could fuck up a line of whatever cartels have. I'm just unsure if the U.S. would send anything to estimate, because the cartels would be sneaky, if anything, so I gotta hope they recon and be precise on what their capabilities are. I just don't see anything like that happening. I don't. Any sort of invasion, anything like it's stupid. China spied on us enough through TikTok to know it's not worth it. That's the thing I hate about politics the most is the misinformation. Seriously, the thing I hate about politics the most is misinformation. And I know that was meant as a joke, but I guarantee you that, God forbid, I was a bigger streamer, somebody would believe what you're saying. I just caught a vid. A Russian soldier got caught by a drone and tried to commit suicide by grenade, but it only blew his face off and he crawled around after that. Yeah, that's bad. See a lot of this stuff, but that was unpleasant. Oh, I don't doubt it. Was lolling at the bigger streamer comment. I mean, it's true. Think about it. I hate to bring him up again because I don't agree with a lot of the things that he does, and I don't agree with a lot of things that he says, but I guarantee you, if I was even a fraction of what Asmongold's size is right now, there would be at least 15 to 20 people that took a look at your comment and went, oh no, that's absolutely true. And then they literally just take it to the extreme. And now it becomes part of a larger narrative and all that. And it's like, no, this is fucking absolutely stupid. This is like god awful. Right? That's kind of the problem with politics, is that you don't know what's real. You'll never really know what's real. And even something as innocuous as a comment made in a chat somewhere is... It's literally just as potentially harming as the facts are. Don't even need a big streamer for that. You just need people to be on an app like Facebook and X to believe that what they see in a post. You're still thinking way too big. You don't even need that. You can literally go on to Twitch. I guarantee you, with all the different kinds of streamers that are here on Twitch, I guarantee you there is at least 30 that are sitting there and going, oh yeah, no, this is totally going to happen, and this and the other thing, and they bring up all this pseudo bullshit. And then they go, no, this is totally going to happen. We're going to war. We're going to be nuking people, and this and the... And they don't know what they're saying, and they don't know what they're talking about, but the only thing that they managed to do is scare everybody in their chat. Guaranteed. Because you have really dumb fucking people. Really dumb fucking people. It is insane, and I only know this because of the research that I did when I was in high school over this, when I was studying about Nazi Germany and the USSR, right? It is insane how easy it is to fool people. It is insanely easy to fool people. You can sit there and you can talk with a person all you want, and chances are that person is going to be relatively intelligent. A person is smart. People are stupid. So it really is insane how quickly and easily you can sit there and you can brainwash a lot of fucking people into believing a thing. And unfortunately, and I wish people would like really like remind themselves of this shit, because I think one of the biggest problems with political streamers, especially on Twitch, is a lot of the time they just look at the same kind of news over and over and over again that basically just makes it. It'd be like literally somebody sucking the cock of somebody that they really believe in, right? And then they only go off their rhetoric or maybe a couple of others, and then that gets disseminated. And then once that's disseminated, you have a bunch of people who only know one very niche section of the whole truth. But now every time you try and bring something up, everybody calls you a bootlicker. Everybody tries to call you a Nazi. Everybody tries to sit there and discredit you or dox you and everything else. And nobody needs that. Literally no one needs that. But unfortunately, there are a bunch of people who are trying to become, or who already are, political streamers on this platform who are so fucking stupid that they don't stop to think of the consequences of the things that they say. And then people wonder why there are big streamers who have massive communities that go out and start these fucking hate raids. And then these streamers turn around and go, oh, well, I mean, it's not my responsibility. It's absolutely fucking ridiculous. Not my responsibility. I can't tell you how many people or how many times I have literally heard one person in particular, and I'm not gonna name them, but one person in particular who literally has a massive fucking audience, and then somebody goes out and or more than a few people go out and do something drastically fucking stupid, and that streamer turned around and went, well, I mean, it's not my responsibility. Oh, really? It's not your responsibility. So you were the one who sat there and knew the audience that you had and decided it was a really good idea to call this person fucking stupid and say that this person shouldn't be allowed to do their job and say that this person shouldn't do certain things and say that they shouldn't be allowed to do something like this ever again, or they should lose their job or whatever. And then because you say that, your followers go out of their way because they're galactically fucking dumb to do exactly what you said should happen so that they can sit there and get brownie points from you, the streamer. And even though you realize your audience has the fucking IQ of a used cum sock, you just sit there and go, well, I'm not responsible. Fuck you. Like, it drives me. That's why I don't like political shit. I really don't. I really, really, really don't. Even the person who's only inches from the left calls me a libtard Nazi. Yep. Do not agree with those arrests personally. I think it's worrying overreach. Oh, yeah. Salisbury. Why are you disparaging cum socks? I'm not disparaging cum socks. I'm saying that there are a lot of people out there that unfortunately have the IQ of one, which is just as bad. The main bit was posts egging on rioters to burn immigrants alive in a hotel, which was morally murkier. But one guy definitely went down for 2 years for saying something against Islam. Yeah. Here's my big take on it. I really just wish that people would okay. I'm only bringing this up specifically because I need to use this as an example as to how galactically fucking stupid everyone in this country is. Okay? It's the only reason I'm talking about it. There was a bill that was passed recently. Never understood the cum sock trope. How fucking uncomfortable would it be to wear a cum sock on your Jimmy? I don't know. I couldn't tell you. But just hang on, okay? There was a bill that was passed that removed suppressors from the National Firearms Act. Okay? Which essentially means that suppressors are no longer illegal in the United States. Okay. Now, people have been wanting that for a very, 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 very long time. All right. There is also a big group of people, specifically the massive gun-toting types. And there's nothing wrong with guns, in my opinion. I am a gun owner. I'm very responsible. The thing is always locked up. The thing is always unloaded, unless I absolutely need it for something, or unless I'm going to the gun range, and the thing is in a booth, ready to go, and I'm on the firing line. Okay? It's not something you will ever see on this channel, not something you will ever hear on this channel. I will not fuck around with it. I'm very, very responsible when it comes to being a gun owner. And there are tons of people like me, just like me, doing that with their guns every single day. Even the crazy ones. But there are a bunch of people who absolutely look at what happened when it comes to silencers no longer being part of the National Firearms Act and go, well, I mean, we're not getting machine guns, so fuck you. And it's like, well, hang on, wait a second. This is something that you've wanted for years, literal decades at this point. And now finally there is a bill that was passed to make silencers and suppressors legal. And instead of going, you know what? It's a small step, but it's a step in the right direction. They turn around and go, well, no, because it's not absolutely everything, so go fuck yourself. And then people sit there and wonder why people in the United States government stop giving a shit. Think about that for a second. And I'm not saying I agree or disagree with it, but think about how goddamn stupid that is for 1 second. Somebody pushed and pushed and pushed and pushed and pushed, or multiple people pushed and pushed and pushed to get something like that to be taken off of the National Firearms Act, which is a step in the right direction, and you've got an entire group of people out there who are so batshit fucking stupid that they go, well, it's not everything, so go fuck yourself. That's the kind of thank you that the people who pushed it through got. And then people wonder why shit doesn't get dealt with when it comes to gun rights and everything else. Why? Because people are sick and tired of being told to go fuck themselves. Why would they give a shit if the people that they're supposed to be helping out and the people that they're supposed to be making happy aren't happy when they do anything? So why would they give a shit? Right? Why would those people care anymore? That's how galactically stupid people are. That's how easily galactically stupid people are. Right? It's that fucking easy. You can literally have somebody in this country grow up to believe the government's really fucking bad. They're going to take your guns. They're going to take everything. They're going to take your rights. They're going to make more shit illegal. They're not going to allow you to carry guns. The army's going to come and they're going to shoot up your fucking house. And they're going to do all these things. And they're going to kill your family. And they're going to kill your dog. And they're going to fucking annihilate your grandparents. And they're going to fucking go to your aunts and uncles. And they're going to execute them in front of their children. All because you have a gun. You can literally have people grow up like that and believe it. And God forbid you say anything that's like, no, that's not exactly how it would play. Oh, you're a fucking Nazi. You're a bootlicker. Go fuck yourself. Oh, okay. Same people, by the way, who sit there and look at what's being done with the National Firearms Act and going, oh, well, I mean, it's not everything, so go fuck yourself because I want it all or nothing. This all or nothing bullshit needs to stop. Sounds like an average anti-ATF person. Same energy as in some of your country police, too. Oh, dude, it's trust me, it's everywhere. It's not just some. Not just some. That energy is entrenched. Oh, 100% it's entrenched. That's kind of the problem, right? Is that it's an all or nothing attitude, and God forbid you say anything that makes them look bad, or say anything that might make them look dumb, you're automatically a bootlicker, you're automatically a communist, you're automatically a Nazi, you're automatically all of these different things that they can call you. And because they can call you that, everybody on their side goes, ha, fucking got him, little bitch. And then discredit absolutely everything you're saying because somebody called you a name. How insane is that? That's why I don't like politics. That's exactly why I don't like politics. I cannot count how many times I've been called a Nazi and a fascist by one side and a communist and libtard by the other. Oh yeah, happens all the time. Happens all the time. 100%. 100%. If you look at one side, they're like, no, 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 we should go to war. We should absolutely fucking nuke the Middle East and fuck them. Right? And if you disagree with that, you're a fucking libtard. And then on the other side, they go so far over to the other side, they're like, well, that's not exactly how things go around here, mister. And then you're like, well, no, hang on. Listen for a second. This is... We can come to a mutual agreement, even if we agree to disagree on certain things. You know, human life is still human life, regardless of how you cut it. So maybe there's something that we can work out, because maybe there does need to be a military or whatever. And no, you're a Nazi. Great. That's why I don't like politics, because it's an all or nothing. We used to bully and say old man Tim, who believes alien conspiracy theories like reptilians in the government and police were that bullied and left alone. But now we celebrate that retardation. We even make them the center of attention. We make them the center of attention because we have a bunch of idiots who decide that there's nothing interesting going on today, and it would be a much more interesting thing if instead of going, well, the police failed to catch a murderer that's been rampant in Chicago for the last 3 years and has killed 17 women and 6 children. We don't want to do that. But instead, they're going to sit there and cut to, oh, well, there's this man who believes that not only aliens exist, he believes he's been anally fisted by 38 of them. And then it's always some dumb fuck hick who sits there and he's like, oh yeah, check out my asshole. Do you know you're a communist, socialist, fascist, and libertarian and have a Netflix account or watch anime or drink non-American beer, or if you are in a blue state? Yeah, right? I often get called an imperialist or colonialist for being British. Sir, I am 40. I was not part of the fucking Raj, right? Yeah, we don't mean you, True. We definitely mean more extreme people. But this is why I don't like politics. I don't like politics because one side has to be all or nothing, the other side has to be all or nothing, and everybody that's trapped in the middle are being told, you gotta choose a side, motherfucker. Okay, what happens when both sides suck? What exactly are we supposed to do then? Mr. I'm political activist and streamer who streams fucking 18,000 hours a day. What are we supposed to do then when both sides are fucking terrible and god-awful? Oh, that's right. We're supposed to suck your cock so we get the information that you got when you were sucking somebody else off. Got it. Doesn't work for me. That's why I don't like politics. That's also why I really don't like political streamers and political streams on this platform. You want to be a political streamer, all power to you. You want to go and talk politics on stream, all power to you, but then make your own fucking streaming platform and do it over there. Because I don't want anything to do with it. I don't want to talk about shit like that. I don't want to sit there and talk about all the dumb shit that's going on. I don't want to sit there and talk about, you know, all these fucking terrible, terrible things that are happening. I don't want to talk about all, you know, shit that, you know, people know so much more than I do about things because I don't know it. And I can't sit there and I can't debate them. And I don't want to debate them. Right? I really don't. Because it's not my job. It is not what I'm here to do. I'm here to entertain. I'm here to be fun. I'm here to sit here and get my ass kicked in a game and make goofy noises and say dumb things and just be, generally speaking, a dumbass. I don't want to sit there and get into politics and have the pressure constantly of 10,000 fucking people in my channel sitting there and going, oh, fucking Shadow's wrong. Look at that. Russia invaded Ukraine and you said it wasn't going to happen. Go fuck yourself, you fucking libtard communist freak. I don't need that in my life. I really don't need that in my life. You know what I need in my life? I need to sit here and be happy and hang out with people who just want to watch video games, or watch me as I sit there and go through all the paranormal bullshit on YouTube, or sit there and want to talk about different things that are kind of funny and things that we can laugh at and so on, instead of doom and gloom, politics, doom and gloom, politics, get canceled, get called a liar, get called a fascist, apologize for it, get banned for 3 days, then come back, doom and gloom, politics, maybe celebrity court trial, politics, doom and gloom. I don't want to do that. I really don't. That's fucking stupid. I'm still waiting for Shadow's IRL Ghost Hunt stream where the spirit box just calls him a dickhead and a long schlong all night, right? Actually, I don't know if you were here the other night sober, but you might have seen it in the VOD. It was really funny. When we were doing the paranormal stuff, I went, oh, really? You're using the spirit box on your phone. I downloaded a Spirit Box app, and the funniest fucking thing is that the only 2 words that it came out with were long and good. And I'm like, I don't know what they want me to do here. Yeah, long. Good. So, okay, well, thank you, ghosts, for telling me long good. Like, okay. Right, got it. Want to have fun. We need to play a game together again. You know, actually, Myth, it's really, really funny. I was talking to Tilted earlier today. Depending on how things go, Tilted and I might be able to team up again and do some stuff. I know Tilted's been busy, and I know that Tilted's been doing like a bunch of different stuff, and their computer broke for a little bit and all that stuff. But I saw them online, messaged them because they were playing something, and asked them a couple of questions about stuff. And depending on how things go, we very well may be teaming back up again. Whether that be something like Hell Let Loose, which was a lot of fun with Tilted and everybody. I had a blast with them. Or depending on the more that I see of it, possibly Night Rain? I don't know. When I was watching recently, the Spirit Box went, cock. And the guy was like, hey, no, don't use words like that. And the box went, yeah, make me. That's awesome. Don't use words like that. It's like, fuck you, bro. I'm a ghost. I can say whatever I want and get away with it. Why? Because you can't do anything to me. I'm already dead. That's really, really funny. That's insanely funny. Oh my god. But yeah, maybe in a little bit, there's the possibility that Tilted and I will get back together to play more games, which is really, really fun. By the way, I haven't seen shit when it comes to other streamers lately, and it actually kind of makes me sad. And we are ending, by the way, but it actually kind of makes me sad because, you know what? I actually really, really miss Whittles. And I know Whittles does stuff here and there, but I almost never see her online anymore. I almost never see Whittles online. And it makes me sad. Because Wit is awesome. I feel like we've been pivoting. We talk about women's rights, I agree. I just think it's more than that last thing. I'm not entirely sure what you mean, but okay. Let me see. What? I don't even know who half these people are. But yeah, so that's going to be it for me for tonight. Although I have had a lot of fun. We kicked that fucking boss's ass. I don't know how much longer I got, but I'm hoping it's not much. Because I think we're probably somewhere around, well, here, hang on, I can check. How much time does I currently have in Black Myth Wukong? Hang on. Yeah, I know it's running. 23 hours. Okay, so I still got a little bit of a ways to go, sadly. But yeah, so, you know, it is what it is. But we'll definitely get through it. I did have fun tonight. I know we got derailed, but that's nothing new for this channel, which is fine. I have no problem with that. Yeah, nobody's on. I don't see Wit whatsoever, and that's kind of a massive bummer, if I'm being honest. That really is kind of a massive, massive bummer. I don't know where Wit went. I have no clue. I hope she's doing okay, because I love hanging out in Wit's channel, but yeah, there's nothing. I haven't seen her in a minute. But that's going to be it for me. I want to thank everybody for hanging out. You guys are awesome. Thank you for watching. We had Sophia coming in and gifting a sub to Tia. We also had Sophia coming in and gifting 5 more community subs. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Sophia. That's very generous of you. We also had Rapid Sloth and Dawn. Well, I should say Rapid Sloth coming in with a raid that consisted of Dawn and Party. So thank you, thank you, thank you, Rapid Sloth. It's good to see you, buddy. And yeah. I still haven't been invited after all these years? What do you mean invited? Invited for what? A game? We played, Stardew Ranch. Or Stardew Valley. Oh, to Wit's Discord? Still haven't been invited. Shit, I haven't looked at Wit's Discord in a minute. But yeah, so thank you, everybody. I will be back later on today, because it is 1 a.m. But until I see you all then, have yourselves a great day, great night, wherever you are. Be good to yourselves, be good to one another, stay safe, stay frosty, and of course, the number one golden rule around here, try to remember some of the basics of CQC. And I will see you all later. We had Myth, we had Bloop, we had True, we had Corgi, we had Sophia, we had Spoiled, we had Dawn, we had Rapid Sloth, we had Sober, we had a bunch of awesome people tonight. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I really, really appreciate it. You guys are awesome. Until then, have yourselves a good one. I'm out for now, and I will see you later today. All right, guys, take care. Bye now.